Good morning, buenos dias. Welcome to our session on improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. I'm glad you're here today. I just want to give you a little backstory behind the session today and the future session that we're going to have. My name is Tony Mora. I'm a district advisor for the San Diego County Office of Education. I'm also a regional English learner specialist with the California Department of Education. Um, we at the County of San Diego started having conversations with our colleagues from Imperial County Project Muse to how to better provide services to our dually identified students, those students that are special ed and English learners, and provide resources and support to you out in the field. So we started having conversations knowing that we have a large number of students that are dually identified, as well as those students that are dually identified that are long-term English learners. So that's how this partnership with our colleagues from Imperial actually got started. And so be in the lookout for additional sessions that we're going to be providing in the 24-25 school year. So this is not a one and done. Like we know that one and dones don't work. So we need a series of sessions to continue to do the work. So with that, I want to give a big shout out to our colleagues from Imperial, Lupita Holguin, Vanessa, uh, Debbie, and Christina. So at this point, let me turn it over to Christina, who's going to introduce her team and take you through the session. Have a good day.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to see you all and be in beautiful San Diego. It's very exciting. Actually, drove over here this morning from Imperial County. Those of you that are not familiar, Imperial County is about an hour and 45 minutes east of San Diego. So actually, my children and husband this morning were like, "You get to go to Liberty Station this morning. You're so lucky." But I'm very excited to be here. My name's Christina Zavala, and I'm the Imperial County Senior Director of SELPA, and part of this amazing Project Muse team. And we are so excited to be here with you today. To get started, here is the bit.ly link to the slide deck for today. Again, we are meeting here today for to discuss equity and systems improvement for our duly identified learners, and also the QR code. I'll give you just a minute to access the slide deck, utilize the QR code and the bit.ly link. And I also want to say good morning to all of our friends on Zoom. So, this is a hybrid session. And those of you that are here in person, I thank you for spending the day with us. Also, it being such a busy time of the school year, the end of May. So, thank you for gathering your multidisciplinary teams in order to do this critical work. And to connect with us and to share with you how you can connect with us moving forward after today. And always, we love to engage with practitioners across the state of California. You can connect with us via X, formerly known as Twitter. And please utilize the hashtags improving outcomes, hashtag collective commitment, and hashtag ELs with disability, ELSWD. So please take a moment to connect with us. And also remember that those of you that are in Zoom, we love to engage and have you participate with us. You can utilize the chat in order to share any of your insights, reflections. Use the Q&A feature to submit your questions. And just engage with us. So, we definitely will be manning the Zoom and all of our participants coming to us across the state. So, thank you again for being so intentional, coming together in both in person or virtually in your multidisciplinary teams. If you can please take a moment to share in the chat who's in the house, your name, your district, your COE, the SELPA that you are connected with, and your current position. So, again, we definitely intentionally wanted to invite multidisciplinary teams within districts because we know that this work cannot be done in silos on our own, but really connecting our expertise. So we all have our areas of expertise. We may have administrators, we may have general ed teachers, special education teachers, TOSAs, English learner coordinators, leads, school psychologists, speech specialists, and all of our expertise touch and have play a critical role in how we support our English learners that also have disabilities. But if anyone would like to share really quick, I think I don't want to forget about our friends that are in person, but if anyone would like to share your teams or share what district you're coming from here in San Diego County, would anyone like to share here in person? And I can also share with our Zoom friends. Shy this morning. But thank you again for participating in Teams. And I know on our Zoom, we probably are hearing a lot of those and who is connecting with us across the state of California. So again, we thank you. To get started, I'll just introduce to you our team, our small but mighty team. As you know, within the state of California, we have about 25% of our students with disabilities are also English learners. Most recently, within Imperial County, I'll share with you that we are Imperial County SELPA. Within Imperial County, we have across our enrollment, 40% of our students are English learners. And then also of that percentage, we have about, I would say, 25% are duly identified. So we have a high percentage of students that require these specialized resources and supports from all of our practitioners. And for you to know that our team is also a multidisciplinary team. My background as a senior director of SELPA is in the area of school psychology. I joined the team just a few years ago. My background is as a school psychologist for 12 years. Also, I am familiar and passionate about inclusion. I was actually came to the team as an inclusive practices coordinator, and also my background. I have expertise and experience in assistive technology evaluations, and also I want to introduce Lupita Holguin Rubio. She comes to us and she's been actually, this is the second iteration of our grant. She has been working on this grant for the first iteration, and her expertise in area in which she provides knowledge to myself is in the area of English language development. So, expertise in the general ed setting. She worked as a general education teacher for 20 years and also came to the Imperial County and worked in the curriculum and instruction department before joining the SELPA team. Vanessa Lopez also comes to us with tremendous expertise in special education. She was a special education teacher for also about 15, 16 years. Also worked as a English learner coach, and before coming to the SELPA and joining the team on supporting duly identified students. She also has her credential in adaptive physical education as a adaptive physical education specialist. She's also trained in conducting assistive technology assessments. So she also dabbles in APE within our office, assistive technology, and all things duly identified students. And then luckily today we have our executive consultant, Dr. Deborah Montoya, who also this project would not be possible without her, as it is connected to her dissertation. And we are so grateful that she continues to be part of our team. She holds tremendous expertise in supporting the needs of our multilingual learners. We are grateful for her to be here today and continue to be part of our team, as it is so critical that all of our background and knowledge and expertise really comes together and blends together to meet all of the multifaceted assets that our multilingual learner, duly identified learners require and need. And just to move forward, we are also, our Project Muse is part of the Special Education System of Support initiatives. We are one of the special education resource leads. And through this slide, you have access to all of the links of the various initiatives across the state of California. So the state of California is being very intentional on supporting our special education students, our population with diverse learners. As you can see, you can click around, you can find resources for supporting UDL, for supporting getting support to our families and practitioners regarding high quality IEPs, supporting inclusive practices, and so forth. So take a look around on that slide for any additional resources that you may require within your respective LEAs. And again, this is a great one pager regarding our project. So, our project is focused on the complex needs of our English learners with disabilities within Imperial County. The Imperial County SELPA provides statewide in person virtual training opportunities for teachers, our teacher leads, our coaches. And this one pager gives you an overview of the various levels of support that we provide through our project. For example, through Tier 1 supports, we have Canvas courses that your LEAs may access for free. You may engage in those modules through teams or individually, whatever meets the unique needs of your respective school sites, along with Level 2 and Level 3 supports providing technical assistance, additional coaching to LEAs. So you have access to our infographics, our resources, um, all of our appendices are downloadable, fillable. You can put your district's logos on them and also access our video modules and resources for administrators as well. Excuse me. So, we are committed to building the collective efficacy of general and special education teachers and their leaders within every SELPA to advance the achievement of English learners with disabilities locally and across the state. So again, we have this strong belief that this is a collective commitment, that we are coming together to ensure the academic success, linguistic progress, and social emotional well-being of our English learners with disabilities, seeing it as a shared responsibility, not something that is just the responsibility of our English learner department or a special education department, but it truly is a shared responsibility of all those within a school system supporting the needs of our students, our parents and families, and each other, one another. That we are not all required to understand and know everything, but that we come together to support the needs of our duly identified students. So now I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Deborah Montoya as we dig into the data.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today, for joining in this work with us as we focus our intentions on working and serving our students who are multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities. It's very exciting, I have to say, for me, for folks in Zoom and those of all of you here present to be with my team. I'm currently the special education director for Oceanside Unified School District and had the opportunity to write the first and now second iteration of this grant. So it gives me great honor to see all of us together in this space, showing our true collective commitment and advocacy for our students who need us most. Our students who require our voice as special educators, as EL experts, as professionals in the field working together. Some of you may work together as assessment teams. General ed, special ed working together is going to be our common thread. You're going to hear that, so you might like have this moment where you're like holding hands at a table, perhaps, is what we'd hope to see. Because this work truly is about all of us together, understanding and knowing the needs of our students. So as we start off and consider the needs of our students who are multilingual learners, and we know that we continue to use, again, assets-based voice and learning and people first language as we consider the needs of students with disabilities, our multilingual learners who bring so much to the table, and yet we know that the state and the federal code still uses the term English learners. So we may again move back and forth between those terms, especially as we think about systems work. And we know that the dashboard continues to use the term EL English learners. So forgive me if I do move between both terminology. So, as we think about the state of California, and I'll have you be reflective consistently throughout this time as you consider whom are your multilingual learners? What is that in your population of students? What percentage is that? Across California, it varies anywhere between 22, 25%. Again, in any given year, we see that dynamic change. And students with disabilities, particularly, as we see again the difficulty of disentangling. Is it that the student is a multilingual learner and then was identified, or is the student a student with a disability and then identified? Something that we also consider is assessment, and we'll come back to that as we move forward. In our respective systems, though, we acknowledge that students who are multilingual learners with disabilities have been fully assessed. So when we say dually identified students, we're also leaning into the fact that these are students who were comprehensively assessed. We are going to have to make some assumptions that they were assessed with culturally and linguistically appropriate practices once identified as a student with a disability. As we look then again at English learners with disabilities, you may be considering, and we just got our LPAC scores, so maybe you also have reclass on the mind, and we will talk about reclass later today. We know that's a big hot topic as we consider the needs of our students and assuring, are they able to demonstrate English language proficiency and growth? Very important, the growth. So, as we look at our students whom are identified as students who are multilingual learners with disabilities, it also gives us some pause. As we look at the numbers, the rates of referral, you may be considering in your respective district, what have rates of referral been like pre COVID, now post COVID? Is there an increase in assessments and referrals? You may be the special education director at your site. Perhaps this is very, very common to you as you reflect on your information system. And what is that percentage of students who are dually identified that are in this representative group of SLD? You can see that as the primary. Those of you who are assessors, maybe some school psychologists in the room, my past life, I was a school psychologist, having been also a principal, special education director, and I think of it from all of these lenses. And what is your respective lens, and how important your lens and what that gives to your team? Because as we consider identification rates of students, what does assessment practices look like in your respective districts? From time to time, we'll have you reflect on what are our written policies and procedures as opposed to what are our actual practices. Do they match? Do they not match? Is that perhaps a point of where work needs to occur? Because what we do know is we have some districts across California who do have significant rates of identification of multilingual learners as students, specifically in this category of specific learning disability. And we're still trying to wrap our mind around that of how did that occur? Is that again due to assessment practices? Is that actual data? Is that true data? What are our thoughts about that? So, as you think about your assessment practices in your respective district, do these percentages reflect the students with disabilities who are multilingual learners in your schools? Kind of just reflect on that. Maybe that's a question you might have. Maybe you're a general educator or EL specialist that you want to ask the special ed side of the house. What is our percentage of students in that category of specific learning disability? Are we near or far to what we're seeing across the state? And perhaps why? What are our assessment practices? Because as we know, being a multilingual learner, being bilingual in and of itself is not a reason for a referral and is actually a rule out factor when we think about this category specifically and specific learning disability. What are our conversations around the table when we are actively referring students, when we're assessing students, when we're selecting appropriate assessment tools given our students' needs? So consider and think about what that might look like in your district. Hold that as you then come to team time in a little bit to discuss. Because as we know, English learners are also a diverse group. I'd be remiss to not say this, just as much as we know that students with disabilities are a very diverse group. Our students are unique. Our students have their own personalities as we think of whole child, different backgrounds, different needs. How are we equipped in our system is a question that we often ask to assure that we're meeting students where they are, that every student is known to our community, that we know and understand our kids and see the value, the assets, the skills, and abilities that they bring to our doorsteps every day. That we applaud that and that we lean into the work to support all of our students in our greater community. So, as we recognize that many of our students whom are English learners may be US born, who are bilingual, who have been with us, have had their education in the US, we may have a different set of questions. Um, Lupito and Ruby will talk a little bit to that a little bit later as we think about what is designated ELD. Are we assuring basic core services for our students who are multilingual learners? So, as we think as a multidisciplinary team, as you come together and you think about our focus of our students and what do we know about our students and understanding their individuality, their characteristics, where they are, aside from just the number, the LPAC score of 2 of 3, what are our students' lived experiences? And that's where we come together as multidisciplinary teams as well beyond the numbers and who are our students, who are the students whom we serve in our respective communities. So you might be thinking about similar trends in school. So Coloring Colorado has lots of videos that provide a lot of background and information for us. So who says it best? Let's go ahead and play that video for a second.
I could talk for a long time about the issue of English language learners in special education, but I wanted to make two key points for educators to understand. In many districts, there are folks who don't understand that a child who's an English language learner, as well as one who could benefit from special education, is actually entitled to the protections of federal law on the basis of both statuses. So, an English language learner is entitled to ESL, and a special ed child is entitled to special ed assistance. And if you have an English language learner who is also special ed, they're entitled to both. I recognize that that can be very difficult to implement, but the child does have the right to gain language proficiency in English as well as the services that would be provided in a special education context. Another point is if you're testing a child for special education who's not proficient in English and you're testing that child in English, you're not really testing the special education issue because they may not be understanding the question, not because of cognitive issues, but because of their lack of English language proficiency. This can be a difficult issue for school districts to deal with and to manage, but it's very important that administrators and teachers be sensitive to the language of the instrument that they're using to test for special education because they may be testing language proficiency rather than an auditory problem, a cognitive problem, or something else.
So much to digest in that particular segment. And as I mentioned, some of you may be assessment teams. I know that we don't have the ability to go into culturally and linguistically appropriate assessments today. We do have a video on our website specifically regarding assessments, because that is very important as we think about the potential of over identification in as much as under identification. Assuring that our assessors are fully aware of culturally and linguistic appropriate practices in assessment and understanding when to assess in primary language or the use of interpreters and support for that, and truly ensuring that we are accessing what students know and understand prior to assigning a label or making a decision that may not be appropriate for that child. In this work, and as you heard, for administrators, assessor, educators, all of us alike, as we come together and understanding that basic floor of service access, which is access to, again, comprehensive ELD. And I always pause because some of us may be special educators in the room and always understanding that core services, comprehensive ELD, special ed is not in lieu of. And we'll come back to that a little bit again as we talk about services. And that's why, again, this is so important, the team lift, Many of us, and you might want to raise your hand if you're a special educator, you fall into that group as a special educator. We may not have gotten lots of background. It just so happened that I was one of those. This was a great passion of mine regarding multilingual learners as a special educator. But I lean into my EL experts, my colleagues here who have worked specifically in the field regarding the supports needed, the pedagogy, culture and linguistic, and practices for our students who are multilingual learners. It is a team lift. That's where we're going to leverage our knowledge and expertise about special education, as well as the needs of our multilingual learners, to ensure that our practices and more so our systems are aligned and working together to serve our students who are multilingual learners, to ensure that they have the correct access and equity to services that they're most and needing and deserving of. So the team lift is what we're leaning into today. That we work together and have these active conversations, that we are a little bit vulnerable in our space as well, because that vulnerability helps us truly recognize and reflect. Being reflective is so important to truly build that equity in action, that we're reflective about what is and what isn't happening. Where are potential gaps in our system where students are therefore maybe underserved? So, systemic injustice, again, are made invisible. We often say that's how we do the things, that's how we operate. And that was really a purpose of why I got into this work. And when I wrote the first iteration of the grant was, where are all these intersectionalities and how are we having these conversations? And that leads us into the systems lens, that multidisciplinary team approach. This particular infographic, knowing again that many of our districts across the state were finding themselves in differentiated assistance. And you don't have to self disclose, but you may be a district who you're seeing the dashboard students with disabilities, SWD, as a subgroup, and EL, English learners, as a subgroup. And again, because of your metrics in those areas, you find yourself in differentiated assistance, perhaps in CSI, ATSI, and all the acronyms that we use in California to tell us that we can get better. And I think we can be okay with that, to say we can always get better. We can always improve and move forward when it's for our kids. We can do that. So when I put together this particular infographic, it really was as a resource guide. And you'll have some team time in a little bit to think about all of the resources that are included, because you all have different entry points. Some of you may have already written SIM plans, comprehensive improvement plans, or compliance improvement plans, because maybe you're also looking at targeted or intensive in special education. So we have our special education state performance indicators as well as we look at that. Some may be in significant disproportionality. Perhaps that's the lens that you're looking at, where maybe you have had the subgroup in special education will show up as Hispanic and perhaps SLD, where you have an over identification of students in specific learning disability, and it just happens that ethnic category is Hispanic. Lots of questions to ask in that respect as well. So, when we think about systems improvement, equity, and access, we're understanding again that as a district, as a school site, where does that communication lie? What are the data and the metrics that we're looking at? And we, as a smaller than subgroup of a multidisciplinary team, how do we look at that data? What does our data related to students with disabilities tell us? What does our data related to English learners tell us? And then our dually identified students. Have we dug deeper into that data to identify who are our duly identified students needing perhaps separate types of supports equally, and assuring that one support is void for that particular child to again assure progress and building of their skills? So, as we know, systems work is an iterative process. So, you may have already thought, okay, I already examined, we looked at our data, we started implementing some things, some high priority, high leverage goals that we looked at. Perhaps we missed a step. We can always go back and identify additional data. So, as we think about again, so ELs, students with disabilities, and multilingual learners, understanding whom are our multilingual learners, how are they performing both academically, on English language proficiency assessments, on their respective assessments for identification, where does their disability lie? What's the depth and complexity of that child's disability? There's so many more questions that we can ask as we drill down to whom are our duly identified students? What services have they received in data, in the classroom, as we look at data, both qualitative and quantitative data? Have we expanded our sphere of expertise? You may also be thinking at your respective table, who's missing? Who's the holder of this data that I need? So, as you have time to peruse this infographic, there's lots of questions that will come up because you may also be wondering who is the holder of this data? Sometimes our special education information system, it belongs to certain people. Not everyone has district access sometimes. The same might be true for our CalPADS friends. Oh, special educators, you're not allowed to get into the CalPADS data. Absolutely. In sharing in the data, again, all of our lenses can come together and analyze data in different ways. Data rich. What is the information actually telling us about our systems, our students, our practices? So, as you think of all of the data sources, and again, we are broadcasting across the state. So, I understand we have SACE users, Welligent users, Cyrus users, in as much as our information systems. Maybe you're an Aries, a Synergy user. And thinking about again how we look at that data in this space because we want to assure that we're reviewing access to basic services. And I've been alluding to this basic floor access, universal core, comprehensive ELD for our multilingual learners, for students who are dually identified, as we acknowledge what is the level of support. In special education, we say SAI, specialized academic instruction. How much, why, and when. So important and so individualized, but never in lieu of comprehensive ELD. We say this, my team and I, a lot because many times what we do find, and maybe you're an EL specialist and you're thinking about your next FPM, and that's always a question as well. Where and how are dually identified students receiving designated ELD? Question to add. So, as we move forward and think about review and access and how your schools or your district engage and gather input, reviewing what does instruction look like? So if you had an opportunity to follow a student, what would that look like in that student's course of their day? And then again, supports for special education. When and how are those occurring? So as you implement the multidisciplinary teamwork, perhaps your team table that has said, I've been looking at this data from the LCAP lens. I've been looking at the data from the SIM lens. Perhaps we're also in DA, ATSI, CSI at your site. We've been looking at this information collectively. What would then be our next step? Because we recognize that everybody has a different entry point. Maybe some of you have been doing this work for quite some time. Another way of looking at it also is from the lens of what we call the three-way crosswalk. Many EL experts, and thank you to the RELs, the region EL leads across California, have worked together with special educators to develop the three-way crosswalk. Knowing and understanding the EL roadmap. So, are we truly assets oriented? Identifying our students and recognizing their respective needs. The EL roadmap policy might be your next step, where you identify the LCAP priorities, the EL roadmap principles, in addition to the special education metrics. If you haven't had a time to peruse that particular document, I would highly recommend it. Because again, as we spoke of the team lift, this might be the opportunity where we have some alignment again between special education, our LCAP priorities, as well as the English Learner Roadmap, its vision and principles. So as we come together, again, we continue to want, understand, need, and implement high impact, quality, rigorous instruction for our multilingual learners with disabilities. This is just a snapshot of this particular document, and it is a little overwhelming, I admit, when you look at it. Nevertheless, again, this might be the next step for your respective team as you think about, well, where are we having some gaps in practices? Where does that align to EL roadmap principles? What does that look like in special education? So, this might be that next opportunity for you as a team as you engage in your team time. And then, lastly, but importantly, we do have some resources regarding tiers of intervention. So many of these hyperlinks are going to take you to other documents, because it really is about what your team needs. We can assist and facilitate in that conversation. And again, each school site, even school sites within districts, are so unique and related to your respective community that you may need a different type of resource. So when we are letting you into team time, we'll walk around the room and we'll see if you have any questions or any needs. For those on Zoom, please actively utilize the chat as you have questions. Go ahead and put them in the chat box as well. So, for those of you, again, as you're in different places in your work, the state system improvement leads have also created a root cause analysis. So, that might be your next step of, are we asking the right questions? So, there's lots of questions to be asked. It's identifying the questions and how we're asking them of our respective communities. So we're going to give you an opportunity to break off, or you're in your teams. So you're already in your teams here in person. And of course, those of you who are on Zoom, and asking these reflective questions of each other. What systems and structures need to be in place to ensure equitable, inclusive, and effective tiers of instruction and intervention that will support your multilingual learners in your respective school? And I would add, and our dually identified students. When we think about tiers of intervention, we also think of it more in a pyramid. So I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Dr. Dries Butterfield, again, a strong advocate in this work, who wrote lots of support and guidance for our state SELPA group regarding multilingual learners with disabilities and dually identified students. And we'd have these conversations about this pyramid, about the academic prong, the behavioral needs of our students, as well as their needs as a multilingual learner, because they all, again, represent, we have students who fit all, who are needing of different and varied services. So as you think about each of your tiers of intervention, again, knowing that special education is outside of these tiers. Special education is not tier 3 service, it's outside of these tiers. And students, even when identified, could receive services in tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So, as you think about your tiers of intervention, how are they designed to meet the needs of your students who are multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities? And then taking into consideration as a district and then your respective school sites, what systems and services need to be in place? Are there potential blind spots, gaps in practice that we've identified that we need perhaps more information, more policy, more guidance, or maybe more understanding of, we have great policy, is it in practice? Does it match when you think of your respective sites? All things from pre referral to assessment to identification to instruction to proficiency and reclass. We think of the full through line of supports for all of our students. So, with that, I think that's a lot to digest this morning on what's actually our Monday after a long weekend. So, we're going to give you about 10 minutes to speak as a team. Again, those in person, feel free to raise your hand and call on us. And those on Zoom, feel free to use the chat. We appreciate, again, your time as you think as a team, that team lift together, considering all your data sources. What are some gaps, and perhaps even what are some next steps related to that data? So, again, 10 minutes for you all to have a conversation. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for such active conversations. And I hope you continue to take these conversations back to your respective district. As we know, this is just the start of many conversations, or what we would hope is many conversations. So again, thank you again also to our Zoom friends who have also either logged back in or have joined in the conversation. So please know that multidisciplinary teams, again, are an iterative process. As you identify needs, you look for additional data. As you look at that data, your lens continues to change. So I noticed that many of you did open the infographic and saw that there's tons of other links to look at. There were some great questions about, well, what does our designated ELD look like? That protected time, that federal requirement that all students receive who are multilingual learners receive, integrated and designated ELD. There are some observation tools. Many of the appendices that are included in this infographic come directly from the California Practitioner's Guide. And I'm sorry if I didn't say that earlier. So much of the work that we do is to ensure that we are working in best practices that are codified. And again, thank you to all the experts across California who work to build the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners. So that has been our work, is to ensure that our resources are in alignment, that we have a common voice and language as we support our students who are dually identified. So there are observation tools. Perhaps that's your next step as a triad, perhaps to go into a classroom and observe, what do services look like for a multilingual learner with disabilities? What does EL instruction look like? Interviews with parents, interviews with teachers, special educators, EL specialists that serve that respective student. There's also a root cause analysis guide there in that particular document. There's also a document about tier one, what tier two is and isn't, as well as tier three. So, wherever your entry point is, this particular resource again was created to assist you in the field, to bring together all of those questions and resources as we continue to examine, monitor, set goals for ourselves and our students. Importantly, as we discuss our multilingual learners, we also take into account, what are the needs of our staff? What are the needs of our respective special educators as well as our general educators, teachers in the classroom? Did we identify that perhaps we need more learning, understanding, and instruction on what is English language development? What is ELD? Perhaps more information on how to understand and decipher the different domains of the LPAC. How are students actively participating in the LPAC? Later, we'll talk a little bit about reclass, and also to ensure that our students with more extensive support needs, perhaps our students who do not use voice as their primary mode of communication, how are we utilizing their form of communication to ensure that they have access to instruction, comprehensive ELD as well? And then, of course, to demonstrate English language proficiency. So, as we think about our multi team support and our team approach, who is a very important part of that team? Our families. Our families are essential to this process as well, so that we better know and understand our respective students and what their needs are as multilingual learners. So at this point, I'm going to hand it off to Vanessa Lopez, who's going to lead us right into some very important prongs as we think of the needs of our families, their voice and their participation, and then we'll jump into some major factors that will support this work, such as linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, designated and comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated, as well as reclass. So thank you so much. And Vanessa.
All right. Tall girl problems. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. So, in the spirit of all of this conversation we've had earlier this morning on a systems lens and in the importance of the multidisciplinary team, we cannot overlook the importance of our families as part of these multidisciplinary teams. And especially as we're considering elements related to culture, especially how it is that a lot of our families may experience our system. So, in order to do that, I'm very proud to share with you out of Arlington, Virginia. They've developed a series of videos that really do a mock telenovela approach to navigating the process. So, I thought it was a great resource for me to share with you today as we seek to engage families and to try to understand the underlying layers that come into play when we start thinking about what the system feels like, looks like, and in actuality ends up being like for our families. So, with that in mind, I introduce to you La Sopa de la Abuela.
Deliciosa. Lidia, ¿qué estás haciendo?
Eso es así. Es una carta de la escuela.
Tú sabes que los hijos se llegan en cualquier momento. Eso no es de nosotros. Por favor, deja la mesa.
Mira, no estoy haciendo nada malo, solo quiero saber qué le pasa a mi nieto, que tal vez esté en problemas.
No
Juan.
puede ser eso así. Mira, mejor vamos a ver la telenovela de anoche que no la terminamos de ver.
La telenovela, vámonos, vente así, vámonos.
¿Qué es esto? ¿Estudio del niño? ¿Una reunión? ¿Algún problema conmigo? Oh,
All right. So, bit of a cliffhanger there. That's on purpose. And you'll notice that throughout our time today, we're going to intersperse snippets of that telenovela so that we can experience what this family, what this journey is like, and how it is that their role as a member of the multidisciplinary team approach is very, very important as we are designing a program that is specifically tailored to their children's needs. And one of those elements is absolutely linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So let's walk through this process very quickly. So, again, earlier I know I was asked, show of hands, how many of you are special educators? Okay. EL friends? Gen Ed other than EL? Okay. Assessors? School psychologists? Okay, fantastic. So it's a very even balance here in the room. However, it's important for us to set the context. So there are 6 basic elements when we're looking at the main principles of IDEA. So you see here we have free and appropriate public education, evaluation, the IEP, parent and student participation, the least restrictive environment, and procedural safeguards. So these are those core elements of IDEA in the development of the IEP, the implementation of the IEP, et cetera, et cetera. However, before we get there, when we're looking at a student who is a dually identified student, meaning multilingual learner and also a student with a disability, one of the 13 distinct disability categories, we are also considering something a lot more specific within the context of the IEP, and that is linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. And it's important for us before we move forward that we do a little level of myth busting so that we're all on the same page. So, the very first thing that I want to point out is that linguistically appropriate goals and objectives are not standalone ELD goals, because we get that feedback often like, oh, okay, I thought that we were supposed to develop ELD goals. No, the requirement is linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, meaning that within the development of the goal, we take into account and consideration where it is that the student is in their language acquisition journey and the level of linguistic supports they are going to require to be able to make progress so that we can establish educational benefit. The other thing that is often overlooked or not talked about enough is the fact that in an IEP, we develop goals to address the identified area of need. And that identified area of need is related to how the disability manifests. We stated earlier that being an English learner is not a disability. Therefore, we would not want to develop an ELD goal. Linguistically appropriate, yes. Standalone ELD goal, no. Okay. Once that groundwork is settled, there are a couple of things that we want to consider. We want to consider where it is that the student is cognitively, their linguistic level, developmental level, etc. It's not a one-shot thing where we only keep at the forefront of our mind just one dimension of the student. Rather, we're considering the student as a whole, which is why developing a robust student profile is so critical, because that will then inform how it is that we develop linguistically appropriate goals. And contrary to popular belief, myself included, full disclosure, checking the box doesn't make the goal linguistically appropriate. Okay. So, seriously, like that was what I did. Linguistically appropriate? Sure. Right. Once you know better, you do better. And that is one of the reasons why we are here. And we like to highlight the fact that we want to provide a brave space, not necessarily a safe space, but a brave space where we can be vulnerable with each other and recognize that we need each other, because really that is what it's going to take. It's going to take that team lift approach. Same way that I lean into Lupita's expertise in all things ELD, so that she can cover and uncover those blind spots that might exist because of the nature of our system, which tends to be incredibly siloed. I know I can tell you from personal experience that the 18 years I spent in the classroom at one of our local districts, seldom times was I invited to a gen ed training or to an ELD training. So that was just the way that the system was. SPED gets SPED, Gen Ed gets Gen Ed, ELD gets ELD. So one of the hopes of our project is to really provide a platform for a multidisciplinary team, our team, to show how important it is to build on each other's expertise, because the most important thing that can be brought together in having a conversation like this with all these different lenses is a more complete and robust picture of our students. So I want to make sure that we make this process visible, especially for our friends who don't have a lot of experience with special education. So there are a variety of legal requirements, but most of the concepts that in our school settings that most educators, gen ed and ELD teachers are aware of is the IEP, the actual document, right? So what I want to call out are three important components to the development of that IEP: assessment, the present levels, and special factors. These three, along with the assessment report and a bunch of other elements, come together to help us develop a linguistically appropriate goal. So, with that in mind, and having set the context that a goal is linguistically appropriate, where we consider where the student is in their language acquisition journey and how that intersects with the manifestation of the disability, I want to introduce to you Armando. So, Armando here is in fifth grade, has met eligibility criteria under SLD. We note in his IEP that it says LPAC 2, low in reading, English learner, struggles with writing, low vocabulary, doesn't make his AR goals, goes to the ELD exchange. Does this tell me enough to develop a linguistically appropriate goal? You can show me thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways. And I would agree. The majority of you said thumbs down, not enough. Unfortunately, this is sometimes what we find in some of our student profiles, right? I have questions. What does LPAC level 2 mean? If I'm not familiar with LPAC, I don't even know if there's a 1 through 10, a 1 through 5, a 1 through 3. I have no idea what that means. Low in reading. What does that mean? What element of reading? How does the disability play into that? Are we talking about a phonological processing issue, auditory processing issue? What are we talking about here when we say that he's low in reading? And how many of us have had those conversations where it's like, oh, well, so and so we're referring to SST because he can't read? What element? Phonemic awareness, phonological processing, decoding, vocabulary, what is it, right? And do we have the data to support such statements? The other one, doesn't make AR. Is that related to language acquisition? Is that related to manifestation of the disability? We don't know, might be related to executive functioning, right? That the student can't organize time and different things like that. Could be that, but we don't know because it doesn't tell us enough. Point I'm trying to make here is that when we are building this student profile, it is important for us to get the right information. And oftentimes we don't know what we don't know. And the question is, well, where do I start? I really do want to support the development of linguistically appropriate goals, but I don't really know where to start. And that is okay. That is okay because we're here to learn and build together. And to do that, for our EL friends, this is going to be something you're very familiar with, but let's build a common context related to linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So yes, you may be familiar with the structure of the LPAC and what it assesses, but I want us to think about the development of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So the LPAC assesses 4 domains. Show of hands, who knew that? Perfect. The combined scores of those 4 domains generate our overall LPAC score. So when you see Armando here, who had an LPAC 2, we're talking about the overall. We need to consider the fact that if Armando met eligibility criteria under specific learning disability, the way that disability manifests is going to have an impact in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So although the overall LPAC score is helpful in telling us generally where the student is, if we truly want to ensure that linguistically appropriate goals are designed, we want to pause and process how it is that the disability manifests in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. That's the first step. Because as we are developing those goals, let's not even think about linguistically appropriate. We're looking at assessment results, we're looking at CBM, curriculum-based measures, whatever it is you are utilizing to design your academic goal, you want to think, what is the purpose of that goal? And is it listening heavy, speaking heavy, writing heavy, or reading heavy? Already, that's step 1. Step 1 towards developing a linguistically appropriate goal and objective, because you are going to support the development of that goal with a linguistic support in those specific areas. For example, the student has a writing goal, the linguistic support is going to be in writing. What does a linguistic support look like in writing for this particular student? Well, it's going to depend on his level. If he is an LPAC level 1, and the goal says that he's going to write a multi-paragraph composition after they read 2 passages, not linguistically appropriate, just on its own. However, if you start thinking of the different linguistic supports you can embed, like sentence frames, like an outline, different elements that might support the student getting to that goal, keeping in mind where it is that they are in their language acquisition journey is what is critical. Did that make sense? I know it's like super convoluted, but the one thing that I want you to remember is the following. Disability, how it manifests in these 4 domains, and the academic goal you're writing. So that's what we're keeping in mind right now. Disability, how it manifests in those 4 domains, and what supports I can provide so that the student can meet that goal. Because we know that there are distinct stages of language development. I myself, I'm an English learner. My primary language was Spanish. And to this day, when I'm trying to make sense of things, I will repeat it to myself in Spanish. So, for example, if somebody explains a new concept to me, I'd be like, okay, lo que me están diciendo es que. So I have that internal dialogue trying to make sense of this new learning. So that will forever be part of my lifelong language learner, right? So I went through the emerging, expanding, bridging, but still to this day, I'm going to use that primary language to support my own understanding. And think about when you yourself learn a new concept, right? You're learning a new concept in university and college, and you have to repeat it to yourself multiple times to make sure that you're understanding the concept, right? And that you're utilizing those technical terms appropriately. It's very similar in that regard when you're learning new language of new disciplines that may seem foreign to you in the beginning. However, when we're looking at a student who has a learning disability and is also an English learner, it's going to have very specific implications. Because although there are clearly cut levels, we can't just overlook the 4 domains. We really want to consider what those 4 domains look like, because that is going to help us determine the level of support the student is going to need, from substantial linguistic supports to moderate linguistic supports to light linguistic supports. And this is very consistent with the entire emerging, bridging, expanding. That is how it's going to help you start thinking, what does that linguistic support look like? So for Armando, if I go back and I look at the present levels, I know I'm going to need to beef up that student profile in the present levels, right? I know that I want to remain assets based. And I know that I want to be descriptive. And I know that I want the most recent and most valid information so that I can begin drafting those linguistically appropriate goals. So, because he's an English learner, immediately I know that I need logos, linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. I know that I need baselines. I know that I need that academic baseline that's going to let me know what type of academic goal is necessary, but I'm also going to need some language baselines. If the goal is developed in writing, then I need to know linguistically where he is in writing so that I can begin determining the level of supports that are necessary. Why? Because these are going to be those conditions written into those linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. For example, when given a graphic organizer, Armando will. And we tend to think of those as supports that are more related to the instructional component. And yes, you're absolutely right. However, those are supports for most of our students, but for some of our English learners that are um, really receiving instruction tailored to meeting those goals, they are absolutely necessary for them to be able to meet those goals, right? So those are those conditions, linguistically supportive, that are going to provide the right amount of linguistic support, whether it be light, moderate, or substantial, so that Armando can make it benefit, right? Additionally, you want to consider accessibility resources. So thinking to our UDAs, or universal tools, designated supports, accommodations, being able to see where it is that we might begin to cull resources from to build our linguistic support arsenal is important, because we recognize that what works for one student may not work for another. It truly is an iterative process, and we should have as much access to different tools as possible. And with that in mind, I want to provide you with these 3 prompting questions to have these conversations with your teams. So when we look at how the LPAC is assessed, we have receptive domains and we have expressive domains. Okay. However, the way the LPAC generates scores is by looking at oral language composite and written language composite. So if you've looked at some of the student score reports, you'll see that it might give you a oral language composite and a written language composite, as well as those 4 domains. This is incredibly helpful for teams, because if you ask yourself the first question, how does the disability manifest itself? If we begin thinking of it in terms of domains or composites, it helps us determine, and it doesn't become as nebulous to say, like, is it linguistically appropriate? Because now I'm only thinking about how it manifests in the oral language composite or in the written language composite. And I can begin selecting those linguistic supports that are most appropriate to that. The other one is, how does the disability impact each of these domains? So I'll give you an example. We have a student, let's say it's Armando, and Armando last year had an IEP, just like he does this year, was an English learner last year, just like he is this year, but he was an LPAC level 1. He was a recent arrival. Many of the English learners in Teacher X's class had been very successful using speech to text, and they were able to produce multi-paragraph compositions. Fantastic. So there's a high success rate. Teacher says, you know what, Armando? In order for you to meet your writing goal, I'm going to embed speech to text. That's fantastic until it isn't, right? Armando is a new arrival. Some of the phonemic approximations aren't picked up accurately by the speech to text. So as he's speaking into his little headset, it's not recording what he's saying because of that phonemic variance as he's learning what English sounds like. Great tool for other English learners, not linguistically appropriate for Armando. So when you're thinking of supports to provide for students, that is critical for you to think of where the student is in their journey, because for Armando, perhaps at that point, a single paragraph would have been more appropriate than a multi-paragraph. The support of sentence frames and a word bank might have been more appropriate. Guided completion of a graphic organizer or a thinking map may have been more appropriate. So just considering how the disability manifests, how it impacts each of the domains, and what additional supports may be necessary are a great framework to keep you focused in on developing a linguistically appropriate goal and objective. Also, having a deeper understanding of how it is that we collect this data is going to be helpful because it's going to feed into how we write our IEPs. So is it enough to report the overall score? No. We would want to know where they are in all the other 4 domains, or at the very least, a snippet that indicates whether they were at the same level last year or if there was growth, right? The ELD standards proficiency. Where are they? What is that level called? Is it expanding? What does that mean? Okay, expanding means that they require moderate linguistic support. The present levels. Reading is low. Well, now we're going to be more clear that we're talking about reading comprehension is low compared to his grade level peers, his non-disabled grade level peers. The present levels also identify math. Fractions and division of multi-digit numbers are areas of weakness, as indicated by the WJ4, the Woodcock-Johnson. For the student to receive it benefit, so on and so on and so on. So now we have a little bit more information that is going to help us develop a more comprehensive, linguistically appropriate goal. That, however, still leaves us in a position where, you know what, I still don't know enough to select a support that might be considered linguistic in nature. And the reality is that it's completely linked to the academic goal. So it is linguistically appropriate by considering where the student is in their journey and how it applies to that academic goal. Because some examples that you see here are things that we use in our classroom day in, day out, and we see it in multiple classrooms. However, the key component here is the intentionality and the consistency and application and access to. So manipulatives, I've seen them everywhere. However, in writing this goal for Armando, where he had some difficulty with fractions, I'm going to consider that fractions are the academic goal. Manipulatives can be used for support as a academic tool also, but then we might also want to provide him with a sentence frame on how to share out. 1/2 is equal to 2/4. And those language forms and functions that need to be explicitly taught for a student who is an English learner. And again, you'll see that a lot of these resources listed here, a lot of these supports listed here are something that are part of our teaching toolkit. However, it's that intentionality and how it is written into the IEP goal, into those linguistically appropriate goals that really are supportive of the student. What I've done for you also is I've linked an outside resource that has a variety of linguistic supports explained. So if you are part of a professional learning community, if you're a part of a community of practice that is exploring how to best serve dually identified students, know that we've included some resources there for you to take back and explore, or even to just share out with your peers as they are working with students who are English learners with disabilities. So, for our SPED folks, you know this, and you've seen either this variation or another variation of the goal writing formula. And it's not really a formula that makes your goal 100% the most beautiful, attainable goal, but it's really completing these processes to establish what an appropriate goal would be. So you want that time by when will the child meet the criteria? You need the student name, in what setting and or context, how you're going to measure it, what is the accuracy requirement, and what types of supports. So I'm not saying you need to use this. This is simply an example, not an exemplar of what goes into the development of a goal. Because once we put it together, it reads like this. By 5/24/24, Aaron will blah, blah, blah. And the supports there at the end is where you can write in those linguistic supports, or at the beginning, the when given X, Y, or Z. So whatever formula you utilize for the development of your goals works, so long as you consider in that support section, in that context section, how it is that you're writing in those supports for students. What I've done for you also is I've linked in this resource that is a Google Doc that can be shared out, made a copy, modified however you might see it best fit, to really help you give a structure to give it a go, try it out. How a linguistically appropriate goal might look like for either a fictional student or a student who's in your caseload or a student whose IEP you've participated in. Because really what we want to get to, we want to get to the development of goals that are robust, comprehensive, whole child approach, that really target the identified area of need as identified by the assessment results with the appropriate linguistic supports. So here we have Armando. So after all this learning that we've done, after all of this reflection, this is the goal that was developed. The area of need, reading comprehension. Based on the present levels that I shared with you earlier, are we good? Is this an appropriate goal in that he struggles with reading and specifically reading comprehension? I would say so, right? So let's read the baseline. I won't read it for you, I'll let you read it. And then as soon as you're done reading, give me a thumbs up if you agree, thumbs down if you don't, or sideways if there's something else you would have liked to add. Shout it out. Is there something you see missing or something else you would have liked there? Perfect. So the comment is that it would have been helpful to see the score from the year before. Agree. Anything else that we wish we would see there? Percent of accuracy in the baseline? Fantastic. Agree. Because then is it really a baseline, right? Anything else? Yes. Level of support. Agree. Very important. Anything else? Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of time now to look at that goal. Based on the baseline that's there, read that goal, give it a critical eye. Give it a critical eye, and give me some feedback. I'll give you a minute to read it through. Same protocol. Thumbs up if you think it's great. Thumbs down if nope, no, sir, I don't like it. Sideways, I'd like to add something else or make an additional contribution to the robustness of that goal. Show thumbs. Okay, feedback. What are we thinking? Just shout it out. Yes. Fantastic. So based on where he was and that profile that we looked at earlier, perhaps the support of that graphic organizer with a word bank. What else? Yes. Right. Right. Yes. Lupita? Okay, yeah, the baseline feedback is that it should be clear where the student is at. Agree. And then somebody over here was going to share something. Right. Great question. Because what is one of the principal tenets that we hear about the development of the IEP? That any person who picks it up can what? Implement it, right? So if I'm not clear, how will somebody else be clear as to who's doing the read aloud, right? Thank you. Yes. Okay. No, it's not necessary. We are SACE users. So as SACE users, we have our statewide assessments page. And then we also have on the present levels where we document where the student is. So the baseline really should tell us where the student is in relation to this academic goal that we're developing, which is why student has an A in language arts or student has an F in language arts has no place in baseline, or student has 85% accuracy on AR. That does not belong in the baseline. It's always in relation to the goal that we're developing. Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if I picked up this goal,
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I would be a little bit confused about like, is he supposed to fill out the graphic organizer? Is this a writing assignment? Like, and then what does the 80% accuracy mean? Like, 80% of the is it 80% of the information he's writing is correct. 80% of the information he's saying is correct. So yeah, it seems a little bit arbitrary for that.
Yeah, so it's important that we are clear as to what exactly we are measuring, number one, right? Like, what are we measuring? And is it a super packed goal? Because we see that often too, right? Where we have like a bunch of mini goals within a larger goal. And it's like, how do you report accurately on that? So it's always better to break down those beefy goals into more measurable short goals that tell us exactly what it is that we are measuring. Like, so for example, in this goal, number one, what does the 80% refer to? When giving the graphic organizer, what kind of a graphic organizer? What's the writing task, right? What additional supports are necessary? Because if we're saying that he needs a graphic organizer, it's like, and do what with it, right? The other thing also is at grade level read aloud. Are we talking about um, a human reader? Are we talking about an ebook that he's utilizing? What exactly does it look like? What exactly does it sound like? Are important considerations. And you're going to have variety in your approach to goal writing, right? As I mentioned, a lot of the examples that we're sharing with you today are examples, not necessarily exemplars, unless we call it out as such. And really, what they're meant to do is to prompt some thinking. And just right now, in this brief discussion and engagement over this goal, I'm sure we had a lot of realizations related to, like, oh my goodness, like there needs to be so much more thought to the development of a linguistically appropriate goal. Or the opposite could be true, like, oh my goodness, I've been doing this all along, and this is fantastic, right? Because we really want to honor where it is that we're at, and also to understand that and having these conversations with peers that aren't typically involved in the development of linguistically appropriate goals are necessary. So, another element that I want to point out here is the following. Had I not been the squeaky wheel, benevolent irritant that I was in the classroom, I wouldn't have gotten better at knowing about language acquisition. Fortunately, I had amazing administrators who gave in and started sending me to the trainings that I wanted to go to so I could learn more. So, one of the things that I want to point out is the following. Had I not been afforded that opportunity, I did have an individual on my site who was an EL TOSA. And had I thought ahead enough or known how important this whole multidisciplinary team approach was, I could have reached out to this ELD TOSA. Hey, I'm stuck. This student is an LPAC 1. I don't know what that means. I know that I can write an academic goal. I know that I can read their assessment reports, and I know that I can provide direct instruction and provide accommodations, but I don't know how to address what linguistic supports mean. So, had I had the foresight, I mean, don't we all have that wish, right? But I would have leaned into my EL partners. And you might be in a situation where that is entirely the culture, that it already exists. And I would say take advantage of it. And if you're not, then I would say start, extending your hand across the hallway, across the building, across the parking lot, wherever these offices might be at, wherever these your multidisciplinary team, potential multidisciplinary team participants are, to be able to connect, because they are holders of understanding and expertise. Yes.
Vanessa, I have 3 questions.
Yes.
I'll start with number 1. So, going back to the silo mentality that you were sharing earlier, when I look at person responsible, I only see one person up there. And I wonder about the message we're sending to the rest of the team around the table. That's one. Um, Another thing that I'm wondering is, given your expertise and everything you just shared, um, doesn't matter what role I think I played in the system, the experience was always the same. When sitting at an IEP table, you have 30 minutes, maybe you have 40. If you're lucky, you get 45. So, what would be your advice to our peers as far as how do we change that mentality to be able to get to the depth that you're describing here? And so it's a true collaborative process. So we can hear from our parents, translate, interpret, et cetera, et cetera. So you know where I'm going with that. And then the last thing, so this seems to be obvious. Well, to me, I read this as an SEI example, and I understand that a majority of our English learners sit in SEI settings. However, the whole state it's making a move to more multilingual opportunities for our kids. So I'm wondering about an IEP where Armando would be sitting in a dual language two-way program, for example, one-way developmental, hopefully. So if you could speak to that as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. So, very important to point out the fact that at the end of the day, the person who is responsible for the implementation of the IEP and who reports on progress is the special education teacher, case manager, whatever the structure is. However, I have seen it in goals that multiple people are listed as supporting and implementing the goal, not necessarily the sole person responsible. So I've seen that. So I've seen some goals also where perhaps the goal is in speaking, and then it's a combined goal with a speech and language pathologist, right? I've seen also one where it's an APE goal. The student is an English learner. So because they require video modeling or visual supports, it's the APE, the ELD teacher, and then also the case manager, right? Where they come together and really provide a comprehensive support. The other element that you touched on is the whole like dual language or multiple language opportunity. So thankfully, Lupita being the well-connected individual that she has gotten us invited to the, what's it called, Lupita? The D-Lig? Yes. So she has gotten us invited to those conversations because as the state of California continues to offer these opportunities for students and their families to request these different language programs, we want to make sure that we're responsive and that we're prepared from the get-go, although in some situations we know that it's already in progress where we have students who are participating in these programs who have an active IEP, and the question is still up in the air. How do we develop these goals? In what language? And Lupita, Mike?
Yeah, so we're very fortunate that we in collaboration with Santa Barbara SELPA and Santa Barbara Unified um, are starting an ad hoc committee to focus specifically on dual language implementation and considerations for dually identified students. We also are in communication with the Department of Education, the coordinator who is in charge of facilitating the DLIG committee, the Dual Language Implementation Grant Committee, so that as they are moving forward and implementing dual language programs at their respective sites, they're moving forward intentionally with the lens of dually identified students, and therefore it wouldn't be an afterthought. You know, it's part of their initial framework. It's part of their initial conversations. So we're very honored to be participating with these two groups because if you start the system with that lens in mind, then it's our resources are focused and intentional, and we don't have to backtrack. We don't have to develop what we call an on ramp when it's part of the blueprint. Sorry.
Thank you for that. So, with that in mind, I wanted to provide you with some other examples of what a linguistically appropriate goal would look like and how it is that elements of the ELD standard are utilized to develop this goal. So, when we look at this reading informational text goal for a third grader, which is all about identifying the main idea, the goal is at the bottom. And then up at the top is the key idea in detail. And then the ELD standards that would inform the level of linguistic supports necessary for this particular student. So the ELD goal, the ELD standard here is all about describing ideas, phenomena, text elements, etc., based on understanding of a select set of grade level texts. So for this particular student, we are talking here about how it is that he is going to be able to participate, to access via this IEP goal. Why? Because that is an identified area of need. If you're looking for a seventh grade example, here's another example for you to consider. And again, consider these with a critical lens. What would you add? What would you remove? Because these are examples, not necessarily exemplars. They're meant to illustrate what the process looks like so that you can absolutely engage with these with your team, by yourself, to establish if that is appropriate. And then finally, we have a high school example here. And in this high school example, you'll see the same concept. The standard, how it is that the text type and purposes are addressed, the ELD standard, and also the IEP goals. Yes.
So I wanted to touch upon the question regarding students who are potentially participating in maybe a dual language program, bilingual program, heritage program, again, depending on your respective district. And I know it can be a little controversial in the field. We recognize that as well. Because in special education, again, just as Vanessa shared, many times as special educators, we're not involved in that conversation about what our programs look like. Is this a dual immersion program? Is it an 80-20? Is it a 90-10? What I can share with you today and what we're working on actively across the state is to assure that when we consider students who are assessed appropriately, culture and linguistic appropriate practices, number one, that the student again is understood as an individual, and then when goals are developed, we should take into consideration that what is the student's primary language of instruction. So if I know that the student's primary language of instruction, let's just say in this example, is Spanish, and the student participates in a 90-10, 80-20 program, we have to ask the question of why then our goals are written in English. Do our goals match the language of instruction? If the purpose for special education is to ensure that students have meaningful access to general education instruction alongside their non-disabled peers, that's EDCO requirement. Then we ask, is there not a disconnect then if all of our goals are not written to match the language of instruction? So I leave that up more as a ponder and a question, because we also recognize that not all of our education specialists or special education teachers have the knowledge and the ability to, maybe they're monolingual, they're not bilingual in the language of that program, because we have various programs in various languages across our state. So that's something that we're actively working on, looking at intently right now, as we, again, primary is access, equitable programs for all of our students. So that's something, again, more information forthcoming. But the more you ask those questions, again, it generates conversations, active conversations, not only in your respective districts, but across the state. So I just want to say that I appreciate the question, especially because we know that, again, where we see gaps in practice, we can always move forward to improve. So think about that. Maybe one of these scenarios you're actually thinking about students who are actively enrolled right now, because as we know, students with disabilities with mild, moderate, and extensive support needs can be bilingual, can be enrolled in dual immersion, multilingual programs, and do have capacity to learn multiple languages. So, myth busting again. So just want to say thank you again for that question. So timely.
And so we could even tie that into this next slide that I have here related to practicing, considering, reflecting on how it is that we might develop linguistically appropriate goals and objectives for these students, for Jay, for Tasha, for Rosie, and for Chris. And perhaps one of those descriptors could be participation in a dual language program. What types of discussions should be taking place in the development of those linguistically appropriate goals? Because guess what? This is not a foolproof process. Nobody gets it perfect the first time around. However, if we have the right people at the table and if we're having probing, deep discussions, that is important so that we can truly develop a goal that is responsive to the student's individual need, which goes back to Isela's point of how can you get that done in a 30-minute meeting? How can you get that done in a 45-minute meeting? And again, that's another element of that whole systems approach that Debbie shared with us earlier. As we are monitoring and we are determining that this is not what is supportive of what we are trying to achieve, then those discussions are warranted. I am going to need at least 1 hour, at least, if I'm going to be able to have this deep conversation. Or I'm going to need to have an effective data collection method where I'm able to connect with the general education teachers and the ELD teachers, get feedback from them prior, so that when we're presenting that draft IEP at the meeting, we already come prepared with some of that information and it doesn't just become a reporting out, but actually getting to work on the development of that IEP. So, just considerations for teams to keep in mind, and for you to, of course, always be clear of your sphere of influence. Because I know nothing is as frustrating as when you want to go in deep and be the revolutionary that we need to be for our students, and recognizing that there are certain limitations, that there are limiters in how far we can move the needle. However, starting that conversation is a great starting point just to get people thinking and really being just aware of those gaps and how to begin addressing them, and not just standing from afar and admiring the problem, right? So, again, because these resources are developed for you, I want to share out that the way this activity is structured is for you to take back to your team, for you to take back for yourself, for you to practice considering all the different elements we talked about, from how it is that the LPAC is assessed, those 4 domains, how the disability manifests in each of those domains, and how it is that we take that into account as we're developing linguistically appropriate goals, will be time well spent with your teams in coming together and having those trial conversations with your multidisciplinary team, and really just practicing, taking a stab at developing a linguistically appropriate goal on your own if you haven't done this before, if you are somebody without special education experience, or having those conversations with your special educator friends and saying, like, you know what, I think a good linguistic support for this particular student might be X, might be Y, might be Z, because we know that the power is in that collective commitment and in that collective expertise of the individuals in the room. And with that in mind, I'm going to exit out of this slide deck and go back to this one so that we can catch up with our friends. La sopa de la abuela. Let's see what's going on.
Quizás esta vez tenías razón. ¿Con quién dijiste que teníamos que hablar sobre las dificultades que Pedro tiene en las tareas?
Bueno, Jackie dijo que podíamos hablar con alguien en el Centro de Recursos para Padres, que ahí nos podían ayudar. Si quieres, puedo llamar mañana.
Ok.
Nos vamos al Parent Resource Center. Ya nos vemos más tarde.
Chao, que le vaya bien.
Chao,
Que
mis
le vaya bien.
hijos.
Chao,
Chao,
chao.
hijita dorada. Bye.
No lo sé. Ella dice que es tu bebé, pero no es.
Juan, mira, estoy muerta de la preocupación. Escúchame, estoy preocupadísima. ¿Sabes que Lucía no me dijo nada? No me explica qué es lo que está pasando. Yo solo sé que ella y José iban a... Ay, que no me acuerdo. Era como una cosa de un centro de padres para hablar algo de ese programa de educación especial, donde está Pedro, quieren poner a Pedro. Ay, Juan. ¿No sabes qué es lo peor de esto? Que ella se lleva a mi nieto a un centro de padres, les cuenta todo a ellos y a mí, que soy su madre, es incapaz de contarme nada.
Lidia, escúchame, todo va a salir bien. Te estás preocupando demasiado últimamente y sin necesidad. Ya Lucía nos dijo que nos dirá todo cuando vuelva a casa.
Sí, pero mira, explícame esto. ¿Qué es esa cosa de necesidades especiales? ¿Qué es eso? Mi nieto es un niño normal. Mira, a él le gusta jugar, le gusta saltar, le gusta correr como cualquier niño. Él no tiene nada. Está bien. Ah, pero yo sé qué es lo que pasa. ¿Tú sabes qué es lo que pasa? Que acá hacen un alboroto por todo. Una cosita así, chiquitita, y la vuelven una montaña. ¿Sabes qué es lo que yo en realidad quisiera? Que por favor, por el amor de Dios, es que me dejen a mi nieto en paz.
Quédate tranquila. Esperemos la llegada de Lucía y José y hablaremos con ellos. ¿Qué dicen?
Bueno,
It's escalating, guys. Oh my goodness. What will happen next? Well, we're going to have to wait because Lupita's up next and she's going to take us into comprehensive ELD.
Actually, folks, we're going to take a little brain break. So, just a couple of shifts in our presentation today because we realized we didn't give you um, a little bit of time to go over the resource that Vanessa shared with you. We think is extremely important. So, we're going to do just a couple of things here and then embed our break. I'm going to ask you to spend about 10 minutes exploring this resource so that you can become familiar with the components of developing an IEP goal that is linguistically appropriate. Become familiar with the resource. We know that you are here as a multidisciplinary team. Hopefully, you have somebody with an EL lens in your group. This is an opportunity to come together to huddle and engage around a resource where your multiple lenses are incorporated. So I'm going to ask you to spend about 10 minutes, pop it open, look at it, have a conversation about what's there, what might be missing, how might you implement it. And then right after that, we'll give you a cue and then we'll take a formal break. Does that sound okay? All right, so we'll spend about 10 minutes here and then we'll cue you for about a 15-minute break because it's time. All right, thank you.
All right, everyone. So, as we're wrapping up discussion, I also want to focus in on back on the experience that we've been seeing in the videos, right? Especially as it relates to one of the questions that came up, which is how do we get all of this done within the realm of a 30-minute meeting, a 45-minute meeting? And just seeing what this family is going through with this child of theirs, they're very much important, beautiful child. Their one treasure that they sent to our schools, right? What that process might feel like if it is rushed, right? So, just providing that perspective to you is important. And also, I want to share with you that one of the additional lenses that I bring to this team is that of a parent with a child with a disability who is also an English learner. So, I have a 13-year-old son who's on the autism spectrum, primary disability, secondary OHI for ADHD combined type, and generalized anxiety disorder. So, what I want to share with you is my own background, my own experience was very much similar to what you see in this telenovela, La Sopa de la Abuela, in that that initial worry that I had as a parent was brushed off as, like you're exaggerating. You're seeing things. There's nothing wrong with him. Come on. You just want attention, that kind of a thing. And that's not limited only to my culture. I know it happens in many cultures, right? Where there isn't much credence or or perhaps even very well intentioned that need to minimize, right? So that don't worry about it. I'm sure everything will be fine. So very important for us to keep that in mind. Additionally, is the other element related to how it is that it feels like navigating a new system, especially when that new system will have a direct impact on how it is that your children experience not just school, but life in general. Because we know that a lot of these experiences really are replicated, not just inside of the classroom, but also as part of our community. So just wanted to give you some of that background and some of that centering conversation around what the IEP process can feel like for a family, especially for parents who are participating in that initial IEP, when they're hearing for the first time that their child has a disability and how this disability may manifest. It can be very difficult, and there is an element of grief that is also happening at the same time as we're trying to make all of these recommendations, ideas, and planning that perhaps might impact the way that we are able to reason many things out. So just knowing that there are many nuanced elements happening at the same time. It's not just an eligibility meeting. Yes, that's what it looks like on the surface for us, but there's so much more involved in that process. So just wanted to make sure that I frame that in that context so that we can keep that also in mind when we are having these meetings, these conversations, that they don't feel just like get in, get out, done. Right. So just wanted to go ahead and share that with you. Lupita, were we taking a 10-minute break? All right, so let's get some blood flowing. We're going to give you 10 minutes. Please, please, please come see us if you have any questions. 10 minutes on the clock, starting now.
Okay, folks, I'm going to invite you back to your tables, please. Hopefully, you had some time to engage in your table groups, become familiar with the resource that Vanessa created and shared with you. And hopefully, that triggered some ideas not only about how to use this resource, but really how to begin to have this collective conversation with the multiple lenses in the room. With that in mind, I know we have teams. I know as you were coming in, you were being kind of assigned a table because, again, the intention of today is to begin to have these multidisciplinary team conversations. Therefore, having that approach in addressing policies and practices for dually identified students, English learners with an IEP or 504. So just so for my kind of, for my own purely selfish reasons, for my own validation, because this is really how we navigate this work from the very onset. How many of you are a true multidisciplinary team here today, meaning you have representation of at least two, if not more departments, meaning general education, special education, English learners, support services? I know it's more of you because I saw the list, but I just want to acknowledge you. Thank you. Please, thank you. I think it's so important to acknowledge that this is the work. We're literally bombarding you with resources today because we want you to fill your resource bank that with resources that are specifically designed for dually identified students. We want you to fill those banks so that you have a place to go to and access the resources that you need when you need them. So we're giving you just a little bit of time to become familiar, but really, you guys, the most important time spent is in the conversations that you're having, the questions that you're asking of each other, validating that you are an important member of this team, and therefore, moving forward, hopefully after today, you'll continue to have these team huddles when it comes to addressing the needs of your dually identified students at your respective sites. So I just want to applaud and thank you. And those of you joining us via Zoom, again, if you are joining as a multidisciplinary team, hopefully this is the beginning of a journey for you and that you continue to engage in these dialogues to improve outcomes, policies, practices for our dually identified students. So I just wanted to take some time to acknowledge, validate, and thank you for being courageous and for taking that huge first step. So moving on to our next section of the day, we're going to be focusing on comprehensive ELD. Dr. Montoya spoke a lot about it. She brought it to, you highlighted comprehensive ELD quite often in her presentation around that systems lens approach. Comprehensive ELD is critical. And I think that, and I may be a little biased because as you were informed, I'm the EL lens in this team. What I've seen in the 20 plus years that I've been doing this work at our county office, the last 5 years under this grant, is that comprehensive ELD is subpar, to say the least, not only for dually identified students, but I would argue especially for dually identified students. Once an English learner is eligible for special education services, if comprehensive ELD was happening at all or consistently or effectively, it completely goes away. That's something that we've seen and we're discovering over and over again. So it's imperative that we bring this to the forefront. The short video clip at the very top of the presentation today was very intentional to remind us that it's not either or, it's both. Students who are dually identified must receive the services identified under IDA specific to their disability, as well as comprehensive ELD as it relates to Title III services. Because without comprehensive ELD, the goals that we've identified, all of those wonderful resources that Vanessa shared with you today, if we're not considering the student's language proficiency level or the resources that are afforded to us as practitioners and educators, administrators, support providers, if we're not utilizing those tools that are specifically designed to provide access, then how good are those goals? How can we ever expect our students to make progress when we're not giving them the linguistic supports that they need and that they deserve? So it's important to have this conversation with that dual lens approach. So moving forward, we're going to start this topic with this question. I'm just going to ask you to think about it, maybe do a little conversation at your table. You know, what is your response? And then in Zoom, drop in the chat what your response to this question is. Do English learners with disabilities need to have designated ELD, specifically designated? Yes, no, I don't know. What say you? Yes? Not really sure. I see it sometimes, not all the time. Not designated ELD. We see some thumbs up. Absolutely. I kind of gave it away at the beginning in my little soapbox, right? Dually identified students must receive the services that are required under IDA, Special Education Services, and Title III. And in California, that's in the form of comprehensive ELD. And comprehensive ELD is comprised of two types of ELD instruction. We're going to get into that in a little bit. But because we're talking specifically about long-term English learners, rather, why are we going to spend this time talking about long-term English learners is because of this data that you see here. We shared it with you at the top of the presentation, but I'm bringing it back and I'm asking you to really focus in, not only on the comparison, but really focus in on our dually identified students and the long-term English learner status percentage. I'm going to ask you, what does that look like at your site, at your district? And if you don't know, I'm going to ask you to find out. Because if we don't know who we're servicing and what their unique needs are, either through the special education or linguistic supports or linguistic needs, then how are we ever going to meet the mark? We need to know who our kids are. We need to know what their needs are. And we need to use the tools that are afforded to us to be able to address them intentionally, specifically, and with a collective approach. So this comparison is alarming, right? The percentage of long-term English learners, this is state data, pretty recent state data, is 11% for kiddos without a disability. Whereas a kiddo with a disability, an English learner with a disability, we're close to 30%. So 30% of your English learners with an IEP are long-term English learners, meaning that they have been in an American school for 6 or more years and have not made academic nor linguistic progress. This is why we're talking about comprehensive ELD. You have a question?
Can you clarify the difference between the yellow and the orange, please?
So the yellow is kids that are making progress. So these kiddos are making progress. They're not at risk of becoming long-term English learners. So these are kiddos that have been in an American school system setting for 4 years or more and are making academic and linguistic progress. The orange is they're at risk. They're getting there. They've been in American school system for more years, and we're beginning to see those gaps. And then once those gaps are predominant, consistent, evident after 6 years, then they are their status as long-term English learners. There's a question over here. There's a mic coming to you, sir.
What data this is based off of?
What data?
Yeah.
Is it CalPads? Remind me, Vanessa. Data Quest. And this data was shared with us by the Department of Education for a presentation that we did with them, co-presentation we did with them.
I was meaning more like what assessments? Is this based on LPAC? Is this based on state tests? Like what that kind of data, not like LPAC?
I would say predominantly LPAC because that's the Data Quest. That's one of the categories.
Oh, thank you. It's based on the LPAC. That's great. And then the thing is, what I'm thinking is, there's lots of our students that have had an IEP more than 6 years. Long-term English language learners, also with a long-term learning disability. So, like for example, I have kids that have phonetical processing disorder. Some people know it as dyslexia, and they're seventh, eighth graders at reading at kindergarten, first grade level. Even though they're getting reading lessons every single day and they are making improvements every year, but they're not gonna their IEP is not gonna go away in 6 years, and that could be affecting how they do on their LPAC. And so this data is a little bit it's not a failure, not necessarily not as a failure, but obviously English language learners with disabilities, yes, they might be in the EL program a little longer than your typical EL learner. I I don't mind that. They need extra help.
Right, right. And our focus here, and thank you for your comment. Our focus here is what does comprehensive ELD look like for that percentage of kiddos at your site? Because that's critical. That's our focus, right? So if this is a large percentage, then it merits us focusing in on what this group of kiddos needs as a long-term English learner. And it's above and beyond the goals and supports identified in their IEP. We're talking about linguistic supports. It's nothing to do with special education, but it's going to enhance and provide access to the goal and to the content related to the goal. So question over here.
Yes. Does this also include alt LPAC?
That's a good question. Let me see. Last year, I would think so because AltaPack was implemented by this year.
Okay.
We'll go back and check. Thank you for the questions because that prepares us as we move forward and talk about this data. Somebody please take note of those questions for us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, very important question. When our English learners are not making progress, what do we do? What do we do? What are we doing? What conversations are we having? Are we having conversations about what does comprehensive ELD look like? Who's teaching it? How well are we supporting our staffs in understanding and using the ELD standards to craft lessons, to provide the degrees of support that the student needs based on his or her language proficiency, while taking into consideration the student's disability and how and where it manifests? It's a lot to untangle, but that's why you're here in the room as a multidisciplinary team. I would not be able to ask those questions 5 years ago. I wasn't thinking about those questions. I was thinking more about what does ELD look like? Who's the teacher? but I would not be considering the disability, how it manifests, where it manifests, what's the intersection between the disability and how it manifests with the domains, and how might the ELD standards support me as a teacher in crafting and delivering these lessons. I wouldn't be thinking about those things if it wasn't for Vanessa, Christina, and Debbie. That's what Vanessa was referring to as uncovering or covering my blind spot. So again, it merits validation for those of you that are here as a team with that multidisciplinary lens. We need each other because this is complex work. So the role of comprehensive ELD, the role of rigor, the role of appropriate supports, standards-based instruction is what our students deserve. It's their right. Quality education is their right. And our role, regardless of who you are or what level you're in, our role within our sphere of influence is to ensure that that's happening. And when it's not, is when we lean on each other and find out, okay, what am I missing here? I think I'm doing this right, but I'm not seeing progress. Hey, Vanessa, tell me more about this disability because I know it lands in listening, but I'm not really sure. Help me out. What am I missing? It could be as simple as that. And that also could be a challenge, right? Like I don't talk to my sped folks. We're never in the room. So again, these are things that we want you to think about. Besides the content, besides the resources, be thinking about how can you continue these team time huddles that we're affording you here today. How do you take this back to your respective site and have it be part of your how you do school for all kids? Okay. So moving forward, I'm gonna give you just kind of a high level, broad overview, just so that we have some common understanding, and hopefully it'll bring some ideas as to where you are in terms of implementation of the ELD standards and where you might need to spend some time revisiting, reviewing, or starting from scratch. We know that in many sites there's been tremendous turnover. Maybe you have a huge population of new teachers and we haven't dived into this resource. So broad, high level overview of the ELD standards. So this graphic does exactly that. It kind of gives you this big picture of how the ELD standards are organized. So I'm going to walk you through how they're organized. We're not going to do an ELD training because number one, we don't have the time. But we do have resources for you to utilize as you move forward and start thinking about, okay, where do we start? Where do we need to start? So as you see here with this graphic, the ELD standards are organized into three major parts. Parts 1 and 2 are where the actual ELD standards live. And I'll get to part 3 in just a little bit. But parts 1 and 2 are where the standards live. So part 1, the focus, the purpose of part 1 ELD standards are so that you and I, who are designing and implementing ELD lessons, are able to utilize those standards to create opportunities for students to interact in meaningful ways, to use language in a meaningful way. Not pericotuck, not I say you repeat. That's not meaningful, right? Authentic language use. So interacting in meaningful ways with their peers, with the adults that are facilitating the lesson, using rigorous grade level standards text. So that's the goal. That's the purpose of part 1 ELD standards. Through that type of lesson design, students are developing and accessing English language development, developing their English language skills through listening, speaking, reading, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, right? So we're really developing those domains. So we're being intentional. We don't have to make it up. The ELD standards are designed to do exactly that. We don't have to fill in the blanks. By design, that's what part 1 ELD standards do. So let's shift over to part 2. So part 1 is all about what does it sound like? What does it look like and what does it sound like? Right? When kids are engaging in lessons designed with Part 1 ELD standards, it might look like team time, right? It might look like huddle. It might look like you're manipulating language from a paragraph or a sentence and working together, negotiating language to create a sentence or a paragraph. Meaningful, authentic use of language, right? And they're engaging with each other using grade level text, standards based, developing listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Part 2 is all about focusing on how the English language works. If you're bilingual, you understand that there's a difference in syntax and structure between English and your primary language. It's similar between English and Spanish, but there are some major differences. I can't speak to any other languages. I only speak Spanish and English, but I know that there's differences. So by calling out those differences, I'm tapping into the student's primary language as a resource. But the focus, the emphasis in part 2 is to really focus on language structures that exist in content. Again, grade level, standards based text. I'm lifting language from math, science, social studies, right, depending on the context, and helping kids understand what does that mean. Think about science, right? Science is very kind of cause and effect. I mean, if you open up any science book and you read 2-3 sentences, then you're going to see that language structure consistent. So front loading, if you will, that language, that cause and effect language that lives not only in science, right? Then you are helping students focus in on language structures that's going to help them engage and access content across the board. So part 2 of the ELD standards focuses specifically on language use. How does the English language work? What do these conjunctions do? Well, let's find them. Let's use them. There are different ways to use them, but they all mean cause and effect, right? They're all going to point to an effect. So that's meaning making. That's more than just learning the ands and the buts and the thes. That's what do the ands and the buts and the thes do to the sentence so that I can have meaning, so that I can comprehend what I'm reading and in turn writing. So part 2 of the LD standards focuses on that, on the purpose of using language and engaging in opportunities for kids to dig into the language and ask each other questions and create language as they are acquiring it. So part 1 and part 2. On this graphic, they're in separate parts of the slide, of the graphic, but we don't teach them separate. That's what that arrow in between does. We are using part 2 ELD standards. Think of that as the what I teach, so that kids are using the what I teach, the cause and effect language structures, if you will, in a collaborative way, in an interpretive way. I'm providing access to it. Like, this is what it means, this is what it looks like. And then now you produce it, create a little skit, write a little paragraph, put these words together and create a cause and effect statement, right? So the what is part 2 and the how is part 1. We need them both. All that to say is, please don't focus only on one part of the standards and leave the other ones alone. It's not going to work. So by design, they are to be used together. Okay. Please take 30 seconds at your table group, share either one new learning or one kind of, oh yeah, I remember that. And perhaps a question that you might have around what we talked about up to this point. Part 1, part 2 ELD standards. 30 seconds, go. Just share your insights. Pause and process. One statement, one wondering. Okay, folks, please finish your last thought. I just wanted to offer you a little bit of processing time because I know it's a lot of information. So I wanted you to make some space as we move forward. Okay, questions or comments? Okay, so let's focus was there a question? Okay, let's focus our eyes down to the bottom of that graphic where we see part 3 So part 3, you see there's using foundational literacy skills. So if you're familiar with the foundational literacy skills, these are the Common Core standards K3 or 5, 5, K5. So the way that this resource, the ELD standards document, the way that it recommends that we utilize the Common Core standards for foundational literacy skills for our English learners within the services of comprehensive ELD is to leverage the student's primary language. And I know, Isela, you had a question about primary language. That's not what I'm getting to yet. That's not what I'm talking about right now, but we'll kind of circle back to that a little bit later. Leverage the use of the student's primary language. Before I came to the county office many years ago, I was a 4th grade teacher, and I had the good fortune of teaching in the back then. This is pre 227. I'm aging myself. Back then, a bilingual setting, the SEI setting, which is sheltered English instruction setting, and then the mainstream. So I taught all 3 programs, if you will. So when I taught the mainstream program, Edgar, 4th grade, had been there, since kindergarten. Wouldn't speak a lick of English. He wasn't faking it. He wasn't faking it. So I thought, okay, what do I do? I was a relatively new teacher. What do I do? Let me see if he can read in Spanish. So I gave him a book. This is my mainstream program, okay? I just wanted to know what literacy skills he had. I just wanted to know, are you a decoder? Because if you're a decoder, guess what? You're a reader. And I just have to focus on what transfers. So he couldn't read fluently in Espanol either. Red flag, right? So I started, I initiated an SST because I figured, well, if he's struggling with Espanol, like it was bad. This is 4th grade, it was bad. And he had, give you a little bit of his background because there were extrinsic factors that now I recognize impacted his progress, both linguistic and academic. Wish I'd known better then, right? What did Vanessa say? Know better, do better. I tried my best. His mama was in jail. He lived with grandma. Grandma was very elderly, and he just kind of did what he wanted when he wanted, and was very shut down and aggressive sometimes. He would just get upset very easily. So all of the red flags, right, that we today that I recognize are things that we could have supported him since kindergarten, not related to academics, but live and learn. Know better, do better. So back to my part 3. I learned that although he was not as proficient as I thought he probably should be as a 4th grader in Espanol, he was a little better in Spanish than he was in English. He couldn't read multisyllabic words even in Spanish, much less in English, but he could decode a little bit. So that's kind of where I started. So that's the goal of Part 3 LD standards, is to leverage what the student knows in their primary language whenever possible. You don't have to be proficient in the student's primary language to do that, right? You just need to have that information. And again, work together. Find who can help you. Request professional development, request access to resources, et cetera, et cetera. So the use of foundational literacy skills is to do that, to fill in those literacy gaps that the students may have. This is especially critical for your newcomer population. And again, just because they're newcomers doesn't mean that they're not literate. Depending on what their schooling was in their home country, they may be proficient to some degree in English. I know in our area, if the kid, Mexicali is the big city, border city. Like here it's Tijuana. In Imperial County, it's Mexicali. When my kiddos would come from a colegio, which is a private school, part of their curriculum is English. And so some of them had some English literacy. Not all of them. And so it was important for me to find out what kids brought to the table, kind of that assets-based approach, right? They don't all need the same thing. English learners are diverse. So finding out what they bring to the table, what skills do they have, what did their schooling look like, and building on that. So part 3 LD standards are the Common Core standards. It's not a separate cluster of standards. The role is how to utilize them to fill in literacy gaps that kiddos may have and leverage their primary language, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Okay, so that's how the ELD standards are designed and organized. I just want to call your attention to the proficiency levels. The ELD standards have been around since 2012. So I now hesitate to say new. I used to say the new levels, but they've been around for a while. So the proficiency levels in which students are, in which we use to gauge their progress are these: emerging, expanding, bridging. When they were first, when we first shifted into these proficiency levels, I don't know if you remember, there used to be 5: beginning, Hila, help me, beginning, intermediate. I don't remember anymore. So there, yeah, so there were 5. You want to know why we went from 5 to 3? Because we were doing 3 anyway. Do you remember that? We used to cluster our beginners with our early intermediates by themselves because they were pretty broad. And then the last 2 over there, I know advanced was the last one. Geez, I can't believe that I forgot the levels. We used to cluster them into 3 groups anyway. And those of you who've been around, admit it, I did, right? We did that anyway. So as they were developing the new standards and these new resources, that's how they were clustered. However, notice the arrows before, in between, and after those proficiency levels. That's to indicate that language doesn't fit in a box. We can't fit all kids into that emerging level without acknowledging that there are 4 domains. And sometimes some domains or a domain can be a little bit more proficient than the other or others as we are acquiring English. I may sound really proficient, but please don't give me that chapter test. Please don't ask me to write a 5-paragraph essay because that's not going to match my my speaking skills. So again, that's to acknowledge that. Kind of going back to those 5 levels, we want to acknowledge that language acquisition is complex. And we need to also remember that we need levels to gauge students' progress and also to help us think about how well are students progressing in that progress. Okay, so high-level overview of the organization of the ELD standards. So going back to students developing proficiency in some domains quicker than others depends a lot on what their literacy skills are already, and also to what degree are they accessing content and ELD. So we know this graphic, I think Vanessa shared it earlier in her Lagos piece. This graphic gives us, again, an overview of an ELD, English language development continuum. And I've just highlighted some things to be thinking about. What might it look like for a native language speaker? Think about a newcomer. What does English look or sound like? What could it look or sound like for a native English language speaker or an emerging level speaker? And so on and so forth. What I want you to take note of here is for an English learner who also has a disability, again, depending on the disability and how it manifests, the English language acquisition development may be very similar to that of an English learner who does not have a disability, meaning that the student may have developed a domain a little bit further than another, but that does not mean that that's a result of the disability. Because remember, being an English learner is not a disability, right? Again, it's complex, but more the reason to connect with your EL specialists, your EL TOSAs, those who have had specific training and are charged with providing that support not only to kiddos, but to you, right? To each other, to our colleagues. So again, language proficiency level, this is again, high level example. The consideration here is for an English learner with an IEP, depending on the disability and how it manifests. This may be very typical as well, and we want to be able to provide those linguistic supports. They're not always going to be related to special education. They intersect. That's why it's complex, right? They intersect, but let's not put them all in that same bucket. Oh, it's because he has an IEP, he's not able to progress. Maybe it's because there's no comprehensive ELD happening. Maybe it's because we're not focusing on the domain that this kiddo really is struggling with. Maybe it's not the disability, or maybe it is. Again, so these are just things to think about, that dual lens approach to comprehensive ELD. So comprehensive ELD is tier 1 core instruction. It's not an intervention for English learners. It's not an extra class, if you will, although it's designated ELD. But it's part of tier 1. It's part of their core instruction for all English learners, including English learners with a disability. So think about your instructional day. Think about when does ELD happen? And where are your English learners with your dually identified students? Are they there? And if they're not, where are they? And regardless of where they are they receiving comprehensive ELD with the ELD standards? These are questions to think about. And if we don't know, let's find out. Let's find out. So comprehensive ELD for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. In the state of California, comprehensive ELD is comprised of 2 types of ELD instruction: designated and integrated, not or, and integrated. I'm going to walk you through the role or the goal for each one to emphasize why it's important to ensure that we're implementing both designated and integrated. So let's start with integrated ELD. So think about integrated ELD as implementing resources and supports, and they can look in different ways. Resources can be tools, resources can be people. Okay? Resources and supports to provide access to the content for all of your English learners. To provide access to the science class. So what resources might we use? We might use language frames that specifically call out cause and effect, because in science, that's pretty much the language structure that we see. Maybe we focus on some key vocabulary and really dive into cognates, right? Because we know that tier 3 vocabulary in English is not tier 3 vocabulary in Spanish. It's more common, right? So really tapping into those resources to help us provide access across the content. The goal, the purpose of integrated ELD is to do exactly that, to provide English learners, including dually identified students, access to the content based on their proficiency level and the appropriate supports. Integrated ELD is about access. Designated ELD focuses on English language development, ensuring that we're providing specific time. This is its own block of time. Focusing on the ELD standards as your main standards to design and deliver proficiency level lessons for your students. Oftentimes, designated ELD looks like a class with a specific proficient group of kiddos at the same proficiency level. Your emerging level, your expanding level, your bridging level. And so therefore you're focusing on the emerging standards, on the expanding standards or the bridging standards based on the group. It's not always that neat. You know that, right? But that's the goal. It's a protected block of time. Students are grouped by proficiency level, and you're using the ELD standards as your focal standards, not the math standards, not the science standards, the ELD standards as your focal standards. So comprehensive ELD is a right for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. What does that look like? What does it look like for your dually identified students? If we don't know, let's find out. That's on our to-do list. So we're going to dive in just a little bit because, again, we only have this block for a full day to talk about long-term English learners, but we can't not talk about long-term English learners with the percentages that we have, right? It's like our friend up here said, it's not a ding, it's a reality. And because it's a reality, know better, do better. What does the percentage of LTELs who are dually identified look like at my school? Who are they? What does comprehensive ELD look like for these kiddos? Because these kiddos need additional support. Now we're talking about interventions, right? Comprehensive ELD is tier 1. They're still going to get that. But if you are now a long-term English learner, we need to find out why, meaning where is it that you're struggling the most? And I have a theory. And how might we be able to provide additional linguistic support to help leverage that 6-year gap, right? So my theory is that, and again, just from my experience, both when I was in the classroom and then just doing this work for so many years, our long-term English learners tend to get lost in the shuffle. It would fool me, right? Oh, they're proficient. They understand everything that I'm asking them to do. They follow directions. They engage in dialogue. They collaborate. However, what I noticed was reading and writing, listening, speaking, okay. Reading and writing, no, why not? Academic language is a language of books. This is why rigor and standards-based curriculum is critical. We're assessing kids on the LPAC, we're assessing kids on the CASP, standards-based. So instruction needs to match what we're going to be assessing them on. And if we know that kiddos are struggling in reading and writing, and as a result, they are becoming at risk of becoming a long-term English learner or already in that group, we need to peel back the layers and really look at what does that trend look like for them. I'm not just talking about grades. We can peel back the layers of LPAC. Which of the domains has been subpar? Again, my theory is that it's reading and writing, but I would take that to the bank. So if we know this, what does this look like for our long-term English learners? What type of additional supports in the form of interventions look like for kiddos? The recommendation here from our California Practitioners Guide is to dive a little deeper into part 2, how the English language works. For meaning making, right? Lifting academic language from text and giving kids an opportunity to engage, to talk to each other, to support each other, to share, engage in authentic language use opportunities, to really develop and fully understand how the English language works so that their reading becomes more proficient and their writing becomes more proficient. In some cases, depending on, I'm thinking back to my Edgar, in some cases, you may not need to tap into foundational literacy skills, and that may be a tier 3 intervention, depending on the kiddo. And remember that interventions are designed to be short term with progress monitoring and adjusting of the support to ensure that kids are catching up. It is kind of, think of it kind of as a fast track to catching up. So it needs to be short term, and we do need to progress monitor. So again, thinking about the multi-tiered system of support, I talked a little bit about the tiers of support. Comprehensive ELD, tier 1 core instruction for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. Every day, even when we have an assembly, right? Even when it's a short day, right? Every day. Tier 2 or tier 3 interventions, again, are designed to support areas of need, gaps for long-term English learners. Let's find out where those gaps are and address them utilizing the standards and utilizing the mechanisms through the multi-tier system support to ensure that we're not contributing to that gap and causing those percentages of long-term English learners to increase. Because special education is not part of tiered instruction or supports. Special education is a service for kiddos like Edgar, right? For kiddos like Edgar who have struggled. And yes, there were extrinsic factors that impact his progress, but clearly there were some needs that he had that only special education services would be able to support because of his disability. I learned that I can say now he had phonological disorder and dyslexia. And he's in 4th grade. Nobody caught it. He missed a lot of school too. A lot. Okay. So special education is a service that lives outside of the tiers of instruction. When you make a copy of the slide deck, highlight that and share it with your friends and colleagues. Special education is a service that lives outside of the tiers of instruction. One of the things that we've learned in this work is that our SSTs look and feel like, again, speaking general, folks, I'm not speaking, to your specific processes, but we're learning that our SST is the avenue to SPED. That's not what the SST is for. That's not what it's for. It's really to make sure that the tiers of instruction and intervention that are part of the MTSS are working for the students. So if we're seeing kids being shuffled into special education, those tiers of instructions aren't working. They're not. Right? So we need to really think about what does tier 1 look like first and foremost for all of our kids. Standards-based instruction, coherent, consistent, comprehensive ELD for English learners, including our English learners with a disability. What does that look like? And when they are struggling, long-term English learners really kick in. The recommendation is really focus in on how English language works and provide additional, on top of tier 1, additional support. Okay. So we want to share with you this figure from the California Practitioner's Guide, figure 7.9. And by the way, everything that we're sharing with you today via the slide deck can be accessed directly from the slide deck. So there are links to the resources that we're sharing with you today, and we're dropping them into the chat box periodically for those of you in Zoom. So figure 7.9, again, are just some key things to think about as you're designing instruction, comprehensive ELD, for your dually identified students. Real basic, right? Do we know the student's proficiency level? Right now, I'm speaking to our ed specialists and general education teachers who have dually identified students in their classrooms. Do we know their proficiency level? Emerging, expanding, bridging. What ELD standards, what do ELD standards am I utilizing? How am I utilizing the ELD standards to design instruction based on those proficiency levels? So again, if you are teaching designated ELD, you're going to focus on one proficiency level, then you only focus on those standards at that one level. Do I understand what might present challenges for my student? Thinking about long-term English learners, what does their reading and writing proficiency look like? What has it looked like in the past 3-4 years? So what are those challenges? Am I being intentional about providing opportunities for students to interact in meaningful ways? Right? Think about the use of a graphic organizer and how language can be used to complete, right? Oftentimes the graphic organizer is used as a kind of fill in the blank, and that's not the way that it's designed. It is a research proven resource for English learners, but when we utilize it as a worksheet, it's going to fall short. So using those best practices, those tools that are specifically designed to support RELs, language acquisition, in such a way that it's meaningful. I'm a firm believer that students, peers, are the number one scaffold. Number one scaffold. So think about you're in this table group. How many times have you learned something or heard something from somebody sitting at your table that kind of filled a gap for you? Raise your hand. Kids do too, but we have to give them the opportunity, right? We have to give them the opportunity. We have to be intentional. We were intentional about we want table groups. We want kids, we want our participants to come together as a team. We want them to be round tables because we want to, when people walk in, we want them to see, oh yeah, we're going to be working together. Because if there were just rows, right away you see, oh no, I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not engaging. I'm just listening. So just walking into the room the way that it's set up is going to say a lot about how I am going to interact. what the expectation is. So being intentional, right? Being intentional and letting kids know what we're doing, why we're doing it, what's it going to look and sound like, and how to leverage each other as a resource, as a primary scaffold. Which takes me to the last bullet: scaffolding, accommodations, and modifications. If you're a general education teacher like me, how and where can I find this information? I just working with this grant, I just recently learned about this thing called IEP at a glance. I didn't even know that existed. That would have been very helpful in helping me not only understand a little bit more about the student's abilities and where he or she may have needed some support, but also prompted me to go talk to Vanessa. Hey, I'm not sure what this means. I see this in the classroom, but that's not, like, I don't see it. Help me. So again, leaning on each other, using the resources that are afforded to us and are designed to do exactly that, but more importantly, leaning on each other. Because I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert in special education, although I do say that I feel like I have at least an associate's degree by now after a few years. A little bit. I've learned a lot, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity. Okay, so team time. So you have a note-taking guide that Vanessa created and a whole bunch of resources on the next slide. So these resources are designed to build the knowledge and capacity of teams, staff, departments, or just individuals, right, in general. So I've put in here the resources that pertain to Tier 1 core instruction and interventions. That's where you see those infographics, tiers 1, 2, and 3, to build some background knowledge of what the design of the multi-tiered system of support is. What is a tier 2, what is not a tier 2. I also put in a couple of other resources. The Venn diagram at the bottom is a way to engage in building some common language and understanding of a comprehensive ELD, both designated and integrated. The one right above that is, what are those things called? What is this resource called? I know they're not going to do it anymore. A Jamboard, yeah. But Vanessa's going to work on creating it as a slide deck. So, because I think they're going to do away with Jamboards, right? So we'll make sure that you have the resource that this one works, but it's going to be discontinued sooner than later. So the Jamboard is an opportunity to really do a kind of a, how many we have that closet or that drawer that we call the junk drawer, right? And then when you clean it out, you like, oh, here are all the pens, here are all the stickies, you start organizing it. So this is a way to organize what you know to be true as far of the tiers of instruction. What are our tier 1 support? What does tier 1 look like? What are our tier 2 and tier 3 supports and interventions? So to organize what you know to be true at your site. And then the note-taking guide has all of these resources electronically linked, so you don't have to go back and forth. So if you pop open the note-taking guide, I think I'll do it now. If you pop open the note-taking guide, what you're going to do during this team time huddle is just become familiar with maybe one of these resources. If you want to dive into the tiers of instruction and those infographics and the Jamboard, spend the next few minutes as your team to do that. If you want to become familiar with the comprehensive ELD Venn diagram, which we used and kind of adapted from the belief modules, by the way, I'll always give credit where credit is due. You could do that. And I know there's a third one. Anyway, the resources are here, or you could divide and conquer. Some of you guys are coming in large teams. Maybe, double up and focus on each one of them. So we're going to put, because there's a few extra resources here, we're going to give you 15 minutes and we're going to come back and check in with you. Actually, I'm looking at the time right now. Why don't we do this, folks? Why don't you, I don't want to cut this time short. Let's take a lunch break now. When we come back, Let's feed our bodies and our brains. When we come back, we'll spend 15 minutes on the team time. Is that okay? Yeah. I just realized what time it was. Is that okay? Okay. So it's 11:45 right now. Leave your slide deck open, leave the note-taking guide open. We're going to do an hour. I mean, lunch is going to be provided. I don't see it here yet. Okay, good. There it is. So lunch is provided. Let's do an hour. Let's do an hour. That'll give you time to eat. It'll give you time to answer some emails, to decompress. When we come back, we're going to do the team time and give you 15 minutes for the team time, okay? All right. So Zoom friends, be back at 12:45. See you back in an hour.
All right, everyone, we still have 10 minutes on the clock. However, I thought that we could view the entirety of episode 3 instead of a snippet of the telenovela while we are hanging out. That way we can see where the family is at in their journey. So let me go here. And we'll get this going.
Deliciosa.
Hola, Lucía y José, bienvenidos. ¿Están listos para la reunión? Sí. Pasen, por favor. Buenos días. Buenos días.
Hola.
Adelante, por favor. Buenos días.
Buenos días. Buenos días.
Señor, ¿cómo está?
Bienvenidos, gracias por venir. Vamos a comenzar primero presentándonos para que ustedes sepan quiénes están alrededor de la mesa. Mi nombre es Carlos Ramírez y soy el director de la escuela.
Mi nombre es Jackie García y estoy aquí, soy la intérprete para ustedes. Todo lo que hablemos hoy va a ser interpretado y también se va a mantener confidencial.
Soy Linda Lozano, la coordinadora del programa de educación especial. Mi rol en esta reunión va a ser tomar notas de todo lo que se discuta acerca del desempeño de Pedro y luego se les mandará una copia de todo lo que pasa en la reunión.
Buenas tardes. Sí, yo soy la maestra de Pedro, la señora Torres.
El día de hoy estamos reunidos acá porque la señora Torres refirió a Pedro por ciertas preocupaciones que tiene de la manera como él está aprendiendo. Señora Torres, ¿por qué refirió al niño Pedro?
Sí, claro. Pedro es un niño encantador y maravilloso. Él es muy cooperador, muy amable con sus compañeros y se esfuerza mucho en la escuela. Durante las conferencias de padres y maestros, compartí que aunque Pedro tiene buen rendimiento en matemáticas, ha estado teniendo problemas en lectura y escritura. Hemos intentado varias estrategias e intervenciones, pero todavía estoy muy preocupada por él. Así que lo referí a este comité para ver si hay algún problema, ver cómo lo podemos ayudar, porque aún él no está a su nivel adecuado.
¿Intervenciones, dijo? ¿Se refiere a las que habíamos hablado en la reunión de padres y maestros?
Sí, exactamente. Las intervenciones de que habíamos hablado. Por ejemplo, Pedro ha estado recibiendo instrucción en grupo pequeño, ha estado trabajando con un especialista de lectura y está participando en un programa de lectura en la computadora, pero todavía no ha logrado el progreso que esperábamos.
Bueno, esto fue una reunión bien productiva. Gracias a todos. Quería mostrarle lo que estamos proponiendo para el niño. Parece que todos estamos de acuerdo en que debemos hacerle varias evaluaciones a Pedro, pero necesitaríamos su consentimiento para llevar a cabo esas evaluaciones.
¿Por qué se necesitan tantas pruebas si solo tiene problemas para leer?
Esa es una buena pregunta. Normalmente lo que hacemos es que miramos todos los factores que afectan el aprendizaje del niño. Por ejemplo, el psicólogo de la escuela trabajará individualmente con Pedro para tratar de descubrir cómo aprende Pedro. Él evaluará su capacidad de recordar, la memoria, cómo resuelve problemas, cuán rápido responde y si tiene dificultades de concentración y atención. La maestra de educación especial va a evaluar todo lo que ha aprendido Pedro hasta ahora en la escuela. Pondrá a prueba sus habilidades de lectura, escritura y matemáticas.
Además, la trabajadora social de la escuela visitará su casa. La maestra también hará un reporte de cómo se comportan en el aula, aquellos puntos fuertes que les sirven para poder mantenerse correspondiente con la tarea, pero también los desafíos y las dificultades que tiene cuando está en la clase, las dificultades que tiene para terminar su trabajo.
Uno de nosotros lo observará para ver cómo trabaja en el aula y cómo se lleva con sus compañeros de clase. También observaremos si puede mantenerse al día con su trabajo y su capacidad para trabajar de forma independiente. Finalmente, la enfermera de la escuela revisará y actualizará los registros médicos de Pedro para ver si existe alguna condición médica vigente que el equipo deba considerar. Por ejemplo, si un niño tiene un historial de infecciones de oído, eso podría afectar su capacidad para escuchar los sonidos que son importantes para aprender a pronunciar las palabras al leer.
Ok, entonces, ¿cuándo sabremos los resultados de todas estas pruebas?
Tenemos 65 días para completar todas estas pruebas y le estaremos avisando cuando ya las hayamos completado.
¿Qué? ¿Qué? Esto es como dentro de unos cuantos meses.
Ay, qué bueno que llegaron. Yo estaba preocupadísima. ¿Qué te dijeron, mi vida? ¿Qué te dijeron de Pedro? Cuéntame.
Quieren hacerle algunas pruebas. Piensan que Pedro podría tener algún tipo de discapacidad que le está afectando en la lectura.
Hija mía, Lucía, no te preocupes. Todo va a salir bien. Hay que tener valor, hay que tener confianza y todo va a salir bien.
Bueno, ¿saben qué? Yo voy a hacer una sopa de pescado, hija. ¿Sabes que eso es muy bueno para la cabeza? Y si Pedro tiene problemas con la lectura, con eso se le va a quitar. ¿No te acuerdas que eso era lo que solíamos hacer en casa?
Lidia, su cabeza está bien. Él está bien.
De todas maneras, aunque ustedes no quieran, yo voy a hacer mi sopa de pescado, porque eso ayuda a que Pedro pueda aprender.
Tú sabes que es muy difícil discutir con tu madre. Uno nunca gana, ni siquiera empata.
Razón, papá. Pero bueno, las escuelas van a hacer algunas pruebas y luego nos dirán qué tipo de discapacidad tiene Pedro.
Esta sopa se mira deliciosa. Es muy riquísimo. La voy a probar. De ángeles. Con esto, a ver, otra probadita. Qué rico.
Okay, folks, so as promised, we're going to give you some team time and give you that gift of time to explore the resources that we're sharing with you here today. So we're going to put 15 minutes on the clock. I'll come back and check in with you in about 10 just to see if you've had sufficient time. I do want to address a question in the Zoom regarding graphic organizers. I've already typed in a response, but I feel it's important to share that out loud with the group. The question was referring to, I'll give an example of a graphic organizer used as a worksheet as opposed to one utilized for the purpose of developing language. So what comes to mind, just because it's so familiar, is like a Venn diagram, the one we see on the slide. When you think about the Venn diagram, the purpose of a Venn diagram is to compare and contrast, right? We would agree. So how we would use this researched proven strategy for English learners, meaning the graphic organizer, as a worksheet is I put vocabulary on the board or on the board. I'm dating myself. Put vocabulary up, Venn diagram filled with vocabulary and asking the kids to copy. You know, I'm oversimplifying it just to prove a point. That's a worksheet, right? That really takes that research proven tool and just, you know, you're not going to gain what you're going to gain by utilizing it as a authentic language use opportunity. So let me see if I can give you an example of how to use a graphic organizer for authentic language use. And again, I want you to think about part one ELD standards, opportunities to interact in meaningful ways as a way to use this research proven tool. So graphic organizer, we're comparing apples and oranges. Let's just make it really simple. And so there's specific vocabulary to describe an apple, specific vocabulary to describe an orange, and then there's vocabulary that's similar, right? What's different, what's the same? So maybe have the children engage in, well, what's the same? What's different? Describe it. They are creating this vocabulary bank and organizing it themselves, all with our support and prompting, right? So they fill the graphic organizer rather than copy words from the board. Authentic language use. But we're not going to stop there because the purpose of a graphic organizer is to make this abstract concept of comparing and contrasting, which depending on proficiency level, like English proficiency levels, can be really simple or complex, and making it concrete for kids who are learning English. So now they have vocabulary that they generated. It's their words. We don't have to teach it to them. They generated the vocabulary. And we're going to attach the language, what we call the language of compare and contrast, right? The functional language, right? So what word comes to mind when you think of comparing and contrasting? What? Similar. What else? Difference. Okay, you think kids can come up with some words like that? They're generating their own vocabulary, right? Tapping into their background knowledge, another research-based strategy. So they're creating vocabulary and the language that they need to be able to then turn around and say, tell your friend what's similar between these two fruits. An apple and an orange are both, right? Both is a compare contrast word. Fruits. Okay, cool. Just that's the difference. Very simple, right? So yeah, they're wonderful resources, but if we're just having kids copy from the board, it's not going to serve its purpose. Okay, I hope that cleared the question on the Zoom, but again, just wanted to take an opportunity to call that out. Kids bring language to the table. They're not empty vessels. And guess what? If they generate language in their primary language, vocabulary in their primary language, all we need to do is give them the label in English. Right? They have the word. They have manzana. Just give them the label in English. Okay? So again, that's a little take on the use of primary language as a resource, a valuable resource. Okay, so 15 minutes. Actually, let's do 10 minutes and then I'll come back and check to see if you need an additional 5 minutes. How about that? Okay, so please, please, please take the time to dig into these resources. We want to know your thoughts. If there are any questions about how to use them, we pride ourselves in really scaffolding our resources, thinking, you know, UDL in mind, to make it accessible for everybody and anybody. So for the next 10 minutes, explore, use the note-taking guide to jot notes for yourself, and then we'll check in 10 minutes. Okay, folks, I'm checking in with you. We gave you a couple of extra minutes, and we are mindful of the remaining time that we have together and the couple of topics that we want to make sure we don't cut short. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with our next topic. And Vanessa's going to lead us through the topic of accessibility resources for assessment and instruction.
All right, everyone, here we go. After lunch, I need to keep moving before I start snoozing. Okay, so processes and practices for accessibility resources. I don't need to remind you of what our requirements are in relation to California and federal laws, rather what that means for us in our support. And just to set the context, because we know context is important, is understanding that when we're talking about providing services, supports for students with disabilities, students who have exceptional needs, multilingual students who have exceptional needs, we should still be mindful of considering the entire continuum. When we're talking about the least restrictive environment, to know that it's not from gen ed to self-contained, right? There's a continuum of supports and services, and those are presented to us right here on this slide. So I'm going to name off some of these, and you let me know if these are available within your site. General education classroom. General ed class with supplemental aids and services. Related services, OT, PT. Consult and or collaboration with special education staff. It's a little more nuanced, right? Specialized academic instruction with pull out, push in. Separate classroom. Like our mild mod. Although even that's a little questionable, right? What about separate classroom with SAI using an alternative curriculum? Right, like what's traditionally known as mod severe, right? So clearly this next one won't be found in our actual school sites, but how many of you are familiar with state special school referrals? NPSs? Alternative education through core community schools? Residential placement? And home and hospital instruction. So that is the entire continuum that we consider when we are talking about providing supports and services for our students. It's not just one or two or three options, and it's not just a consideration of disability. All kids with ID go to the special day class. That's not how that works, right? We have a consideration for placement, supports, et cetera, et cetera. And these are going to look different in the provision of depending on your school district. For example, some of our local districts will have certain schools that host certain grade level spans. And then there's the transportation element for some students who go from one school to the other and then to the other to get supports. Is that necessarily 100% the best option? Probably not, because then we're missing out on community school, going with all of their grade level peers where they know everybody and having access to their same peers. But there's a continuum of options and or supports, especially as we consider the LRE, the least restrictive environment. It is important for us also to know and recognize that what on the surface might seem the least restrictive environment, once we start having these nuanced conversations, it may not be so. Okay, so just critical to think of that whole multidisciplinary team approach, which is inclusive of the parents, general education teachers, related support providers, direct support providers, to determine what really is the most appropriate for each individual student. So when we're looking at the overarching major responsibilities of the IEP team as it relates to dually identified students, we're looking at three main issues: language of instruction, accessibility tools, and the use of an alternate assessment such as the ALT-LPAC or the CAA, and how and where ELD will be provided. I'm going to give you a minute. How many of you are familiar with this cartoon? Okay, good. I love being a pioneer. Not my cartoon, though. I didn't draw it. But I want you to take a minute and, with your table group, talk about what you think the intent of this cartoon is. What does that mean? Special education is a service, not a place. Right? I know for some of you, I'm preaching to the choir. And it's important for us to recognize that what special education is, it's supports and services brought to students through the IEP. So special education is having a collaborative team that is discussing adapted curriculum if appropriate, receiving consultation from specialists. It could be friendship facilitation. It could be environmental accommodations, a crisis intervention plan, behavior support plans. It can be many services and supports, not necessarily a place. And if we think back earlier to the conversation related to our long-term English learners and access to comprehensive ELD, I want to point out one of the most repeated point when we talk about access to comprehensive ELD for students with an IEP. We typically hear this. Well, it's because once they qualify for special education, they receive everything in special education. And we know that that is not necessarily the best way for all students. Are there opportunities? Are there situations where for some students, depending on their need, comprehensive ELD would be best delivered in a special education setting with a special education teacher, pull out, push in? Again, part of that discussion of continuum of services and supports. It is not a predetermined situation where it's like, okay, once you have an IEP, that special education teacher, that case manager is the one person responsible for that. Because remember, comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated, is core instruction, tier 1, first best instruction. So when we're thinking about how it is that we provide opportunities for our students to be connected, involved, learning alongside their non-disabled peers, we often go into the conversation around accessibility and accommodations, right? Because we don't want to get to the place where inclusion becomes the new mainstreaming, right? Where we were pushing in our students into general education classrooms without the appropriate supports to help them be successful. So when we're talking about accessibility versus accommodations, accessibility is all about planning to create an inclusive environment for all. Whereas an accommodation is eliminating barriers for an individual upon request. I want to highlight that upon request. Some of our students do not have the advocacy, the language, the practice to be able to request those supports appropriately. So when we're thinking about accessibility versus accommodating, that is important for us to keep in mind. Accessibility as a whole, bless you, accessibility as a whole is proactive and it strives to remove barriers. Additionally, it's designed like that from the very beginning. It is not slapping on a ramp to a trailer. It's having it be designed from the very beginning with all users in mind. Accommodation is reactive, that slapping on of that ramp, right? To remove barriers caused by inaccessible design. We often use this segue slide to talk about the ramps, right? That we see the curb cuts when we cross a street with those bumpy surfaces painted yellow, and the origins of the curb cut effect. And Additionally, it is important for us to remember that the way we utilize them now is very different for how it was initially designed to be utilized. Those curb cuts were initially designed for individuals to have access to sidewalks and to be able to cross safely, individuals who utilized a wheelchair for transportation, for movement. It was their mobility agent. So nowadays, I remember my kids are pretty close in age. So I had one of those monstrous, like 2 baby strollers, and heavy, heavy, heavy. My kids are in their teens now. So, the design wasn't as nice. It was quite bulky and heavy. And I was constantly looking for those curb cuts to go on and off the corner. As my kids grew and started using scooters, bikes, trikes, they looked for those also to utilize them. When we travel with my suitcase, and my favorite one is as I'm waiting for my Amazon deliveries to see the truck pull up and have them push up the ramp with their little trolleys. Amazing. Love those curb cuts even more then. So, thinking about how these designs serve multiple users from the get go is going to be critical. So, thinking about a proactive approach versus a reactive approach is critical in these conversations because there are 4 main categories that our students may struggle with. So, in being reactive, we want to think about how information is presented, the characteristics of the setting, timing and scheduling, and student response requirements. So, typically, when we're talking about accessibility, the 4 main barriers are these. And for some of our students, they may experience barriers in all 4. So, I love to illustrate by using examples. And I'll tell you about a particular situation where there was a student having significant academic difficulty. Significant. And it was devolving into a behavioral issue, a significant behavioral issue. Some of you see this on the daily, right? Where it's like, yes, behavior is communication, but it sure is disruptive when the settings aren't conducive to really addressing what the core is. And I'll give you this example. First grade student, very far behind his peers, and was becoming, in the teacher's words, assaultive. What did assaultive mean as I probed, right? Because I want to know exactly what that means. And what assaultive meant was that as any child approached his desk, this child would hit them. I go in and I'm observing with new eyes, not to say that this teacher didn't have an understanding of what was going on, but it makes a difference when you're day in, day out in that classroom and you're managing multiple things, making a million decisions second per second, that you miss some things that are glaring. And in this case was that here was a young man who had an IEP for autism. And he was sitting next to the electric sharpener. 2 things. The sensory component, right? Olfactory, the scent of the wooden pencils, right? The other thing, proximity. If you're sitting next to that sharpener and students are walking by you day in, day out, day in, day out, what does that do for your experience? You're going to be overwhelmed. And if you don't have the proper instruction on how to share out that you're overwhelmed, et cetera, how might you respond? Whack, right? So those were some of the barriers that had nothing to do with academics that could be addressed that were quickly devolving into perhaps the need of an FBA, a functional behavior analysis. When it wasn't necessary, it's like, let's remove you from the pencil sharpener and let's see if that makes a difference, right? So just those little tweaks to the environment now made the environment accessible for the student's individual needs. So it's not always academic, right? It might show as academic, but it really isn't. And it really goes back to this UDL approach, right? The Universal Design for Learning. And it's all about anticipating some of these barriers that we may experience. And it can seem overwhelming at times because it's like, well, I can't anticipate everything. You don't have to, but it's knowing that having variability as the norm, not the exception, that is going to help you plan to be inclusive for all students. Because really, the first step towards full on inclusion, which demonstrates as belonging, is establishing access. And going back to my earlier example, not all accommodations are academic. So some of them involve really that executive functioning component, right? And that's where we see a lot of struggle from our kiddos who perhaps meet eligibility criteria for OHI, for ADHD, right? Or any other disabilities, or even undiagnosed disabilities, or even us, quote unquote, neurotypical individuals who have some serious executive function needs. I could get nowhere without my calendar on my phone. I have to check every morning, where am I today? What time is that? I need reminders. I don't know any phone numbers by memory now. I need to look at my contacts. So all of those different elements absolutely do have an impact into how it is that we connect with our environment, our educational environment, but aren't necessarily academic at their core. So what we want to be aware of is what some of these accommodations can do to support students. And a lot of them, again, executive functioning is critical, especially because it's one of the last regions to fully develop. I have a 13-year-old son, as I shared with you earlier, and I still have Post-its around the house with reminders. Close the fridge door. Like put your PE clothes in your backpack. A bunch of little reminders that way, because if I didn't have any of those, I would probably, I don't know, collapse every morning with the number of verbal reminders, hurry up, you're going to miss the bus. Let's get going. Eat your breakfast, like wash your hands. Did you brush your teeth? Your shoes aren't matching, because it's that kind of a thing with my son. Because as I mentioned earlier, learner variability is the norm. It's not the exception. If we start considering the diverse array of abilities, capacities, including dimensions of identity of our students, we want to also focus in on those things that aren't necessarily super evident on the surface, like interest, effort and resilience, well-being, language, background knowledge, etc. Because then and only then can we truly focus in on accessibility and education by being aware of our environments. So I'm going to give you a second to read this because I think it's incredibly powerful, because it's all about interactions with our environment. A person with a disability can acquire the same information and engage in the same interactions and enjoy the same services in an equally effective, equally integrated manner with substantially equivalent ease of use as a person without a disability. Presumed competence. Presume competence. It is critical for us to think of it this way. Some of the conversations that we have with practitioners across the state revolve around how it is that some of our students with more extensive support needs communicate. And sometimes, with no ill intent, I'm sure, the comment is, well, some of these students don't have language. And my comment is always the fact that listening, speaking, reading, and writing don't manifest in the way that you and I are used to, or that you and I do, doesn't negate the existence of language. If we're talking about how a student communicates, we can't go away from this conversation without considering preferred modes of communication. whether this be through the use of switches, Dynaboxes, communication apps on their iPad, picture books, PECs, slant boards, items, eye gaze, individual words, verbal utterances or approximations, and any combination of the ones that I just mentioned, and those that I have missed. Because really it's about language, expressive and receptive language. So when we start thinking of all students, neurotypical and neurodivergent, typically communicating ones, listening, speaking, reading, writing, and those that have different modes of communicating and in receiving language, if we are inclusive of all of those considerations, then we're better able to say that this student does not have oral language in a speaking format. However, they can utilize X, Y, or Z for receptive language and expressive language, and recognizing that these are valid modes of communication. And that when we're talking about, well, they won't be able to access certain aspects of the instruction or assessment because they don't communicate like other students, we're leaving a lot of avenues unexplored. So considering the following: listening, speaking, reading, writing, or receptive and expressive language, the questions come back that we saw earlier. How does the disability manifest? How does it impact each of the domains? And what supports may be necessary? When we get into the reclassification conversation a little bit later on, we're going to hit on some of these same topics. So when we're talking about providing accessible means of engaging with the assessments, the accessibility resources matrix and graphics are a great starting point. I actually enjoy starting off with the graphics because it gives you a very quick visual representation of what's available for whom. The top two sections of the graphic provide supports, universal tools, and designated supports available for all students without the need of an IEP or a 504 plan. So the top two boxes available for all. The bottom box indicates accommodations, and accommodations are available only for students with an active IEP or an active 504. The top two, everyone can access them. So being familiar with how it is that these supports are being provided to students during assessment is important, not just to make them available during the assessment, but to give them ample opportunity during instructional time to practice out these supports so that when they get these assessments, they're able to recognize, oh yes, here's where I can use masking, where my teacher taught me to cover this particular area. Right? So just being aware of what's available out there is important so that we can then make some selection of these tools in a way that is meaningful. And so for us to also collect feedback from our students, because it may be a situation where the student says like, great, thank you for turning on that resource for me, Ms. Lopez, but I don't like it. I don't want it. It's not useful to me. And we want to make sure that we take that into consideration so that we don't clutter with the resources. I always share the story that my idea when I was teaching was to give students access to all of the potential accommodations they could need. I wanted them to have everything at their fingertips. So much so that I even included an abacus. Now, did Miss Lopez teach her kids how to use an abacus? No. But what if they needed one? What if the question had an abacus and the student magically would have one in their backpack and I could give it? So, needless to say, well-intentioned, but not intentional in my selection, right? So, when we are having the conversations around accessibility, there are tools out there to help us make these determinations. So earlier I had the graphic up with the LPAC. Thinking of accommodations through the lens of listening, speaking, reading, writing is critical. But when we're talking about additional assessment opportunities, like on the ELA and the math SBAC, considering what those needs might be there as well is also important. Thankfully, again, there's so many tools that help us support the selection of those that are appropriate for our students, such as the ones that are linked here. And in a couple of minutes, I'm going to give you some time to explore one of the best tools to help you visualize how it is that we can make these selections. But know that we've linked some of these here. So the very top one right here with the 3 colors has aligned accessibility resources to the UDL guidelines. So if the student struggles with multiple means of engagement, meaning staying focused and engaged in a task, UDAs, universal tools, designated supports, accommodations are listed there for students that might struggle. If a student requires multiple means of representation, those are in the middle. If the student requires multiple means of action and expression, those are listed there as well. So again, multiple entry points to where you are in this journey and what your role is and what your role requires. Because we know that nothing that is cookie cutter ever works. If we consider all learners, because as adults, we're still learners. We're adult learners, but learners nonetheless, we may need to see things in a different way. So we have that there for you. And then what I want to do is I want to give you some time for you to explore this ISAP tool. So to do that, I'm going to pin the microphone back here again. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you go into your own slide deck, and I want us to pop this open. So the ISAP tool is incredibly helpful in walking us through how it is that we may begin considering and selecting UDAs, universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. Show of hands really quick, how many of you are familiar with this tool? Fantastic. So I'm going to pop open the CASP. Click Get Started. And because we're playing with this tool, I don't want you to worry about importing any files. We're going to pretend and manually add a student. Click there. Here's my student. You don't need to do any of this, but. And then I'm going to select 5th grade. And I'm going to look at this box that says accessibility resources. And right now, because I don't want to be overwhelmed, I'm only going to look at ELA because the student is receiving SAI support, has ELA goals, and I'm wanting to align what I provide for this student in their assessment. So Vanessa here has an IEP. And let's look at what some of her needs might be. Well, Vanessa's all over the place. Vanessa just talks too much and really has issues with staying organized. This is in no way a confessional. She has some issues related to reading, phonological processing, and is an English learner. So, you know, she still needs some primary language supports. She has a secondary for visual impairment. So I'm going to click that. And if you noticed as I was doing that, this side panel was populating. So because Vanessa has an active IEP, we're going to focus in on those accommodations. However, there might be some designated supports that might be appropriate for her. But if we look down here, well, actually, let's go through here. So they recommended color contrast. They recommended color contrast non-embedded. So what that means is that you're providing a sheet, like a transparency, something to provide that color contrast. Color overlay, non-embedded, again, you're providing it. Magnification, masking. So when it says embedded, it basically just means that it's provided within the testing interface. When it says non-embedded, it means that you would have to provide it, meaning like a tangible. The mouse pointer, noise buffers, permissive mode, print size, read aloud, scribing, separate settings, simplified test directions. So all of those recommendations are there based on what you clicked in as the potential areas of student need. Now, if we were to focus in on the accommodations only, we can see that one of the recommendations here are if the student had a significant cognitive disability and the alternate assessment were required. So there are some considerations there. Audio transcript, braille, speech to text, word prediction. So all of those recommendations are there for the team to consider. So this is a great tool, especially if you are engaging in perhaps the SST process, right? Because we know that when we're talking about issues of over-identification and disproportionality, they're typically born there, right? In that SST process, if we're not providing appropriate tiers of instruction and intervention support and monitoring. So it might be that part of the conversation that we're having still within the realm of the SST, forget about the IEP, but really let's talk about educator recommendation in the SST. Great tool for you to utilize also when you're having those situations where it's like, you know what, I've tried everything. I've tried everything and we're still not creating a situation that's conducive to access so that the student can demonstrate what it is that they're learning. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to go ahead and just spend some time with the ISAP tool with the folks at your table, and then we'll regroup and talk a little bit about what you experienced before we move on. 5 minutes on the clock, starting now. All right, I know that those 5 minutes were not nearly sufficient time to truly be able to explore the ISAP tool, but know that we have this resource linked here. This actual, the effective use of accessibility resources, and it walks you through that process. And even though I'm up here, I could hear some conversations going on about for next year. Yes, we know that it's what, May, we have a week or two, and it's sort of like that scene in The Wedding Singer, you know, like things that you could have pointed out like yesterday. But it's important to know that we have these resources, these tools available so that we can engage in conversation around how to best provide supports for our students, and knowing that there is a guided structure for that is incredibly helpful. So we are moving on to episode 4 of La Sopa de la Abuela, and let's see where they are on their process. So let's go ahead and get started here.
Hola Lucía, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, Cari, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, gracias. Oye, ¿no me dijiste sobre la reunión de Pedro?
Ah, sí, bueno, tuvimos la reunión de evaluación del estudiante hace varias semanas ya y decidimos hacer algunas pruebas. Nos dijeron que íbamos a tener una reunión de aquí a 6 semanas, pero no recuerdo cómo se llamaba esa reunión.
Ah, es la reunión de elegibilidad. Recuerdo esa reunión. Fue una pesadilla.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasó?
Bueno, en mi caso no sabía que podía obtener los resultados antes de la evaluación y claro, como no los obtuve de antemano.
No sabía que podías pedir los informes antes.
Sí, puedes pedirlos antes. 2 días antes los puedes solicitar, así ya los tienes contigo. Fue muy difícil estar en esa reunión. A pesar de que había un intérprete, había mucha información. Fue muy difícil de entender. Todos fueron muy amables, pero había muchas cosas que yo no entendía. Lo único que recuerdo es haber escuchado que mi hijo tenía muchos problemas. Me afectó tanto que no podía ni siquiera pensar.
Ay, qué pena. Qué pena, Cari. Me imagino cómo te sentías.
Sí, fue feo. Al final de la reunión, se supone que decidiríamos juntos si mi hijo tenía una discapacidad y aplicaba para los servicios. Yo sabía que algo no estaba bien. Mi hijo no hacía las mismas cosas que mis otros niños. Así que no sabía cómo definir cómo se llamaba esto. Cuando salí de la reunión comencé a llorar. Fue muy, muy difícil. No sabía, no podía aceptarlo, pero sabía que mi hijo necesitaba ayuda, así que decidí firmar los documentos.
Ay, qué pena, Cari. ¿Y así son todas las reuniones?
Ahora sé qué esperar, sé dónde ir, cómo prepararme para las reuniones próximas. Como tu reunión es en 6 semanas, yo te recomiendo que te prepares. Como los informes están en inglés y hay mucho lenguaje técnico, asegúrate de pedir los informes con anticipación. Casi siempre el psicólogo de la escuela se reúne con los padres para explicar los informes. En mi caso, yo fui al Centro de Recursos para Padres.
Muchas gracias, Cari.
Ok, buena suerte. Haz muchas preguntas y cualquier cosa que necesites, llámame.
Claro que sí. Muchas gracias, Cari.
Ok, cuídate.
Gracias. Chao.
All right. Let's see what awaits in episode 5. But before we do that, I'm going to hand it over to Lupita so she can take us to the much awaited topic, reclassification.
Okay, folks, we know that for many of you, this is why you're still sticking around. You want to learn more about reclass for our dually identified students. But all joking aside, we appreciate your active participation as we are providing you some time to engage in your team huddle. We're taking note for ourselves, right? We're of the mindset of continuous improvement and that the resources and support such as this today is valuable. It's good use of your time. And we know that the gift of time is priceless. And we appreciate you being here and taking the time to really engage and dive into the resources and ask each other questions and jot down notes of what you can do in your respective role. Always thinking about the learning, the collective learning here today. So the next and final topic that we're going to explore together is around reclassification for dually identified students. And the way that we've designed this, I'm just going to move forward just for the sake of time. The way that we designed this is to have a common understanding of the criteria set forth by the Department of Education for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. However, we want you to become familiar with the pathways that are specifically designed for dually identified students, not in lieu of the criteria. It's the criteria and then the pathways that directly relate to criteria 1. So I just kind of want to front load that just for you to have some context as we navigate through this section. So just for the sake of common language, the reclassification, what does reclassification mean? In essence, reclassification means that the student has mastered the English language, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, to the degree that is comparable to his or her English only speaking peers. Therefore, and it's measured, it's determined by the criteria that we're going to walk you through in just a minute. But what it means is that basically we're saying is that this kiddo no longer needs these EL supports. He's mastered English comparable to his English only speaking peers. We don't no longer are required, nor does he or she need these supports to continue to access the content and to continue to develop English language development. So that's what we're saying. We're saying you're good to go. You're ready. We've done our job, pat ourselves on the back. You're ready to engage in the rest of your education without these specified, specialized linguistic supports. So we need to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's, right? We need to make sure that when we get to that point and we're making that determination, that recommendation that the kiddo is eligible, ready for reclassification, that is truly the case, that the kiddo truly has mastered English to that degree. So I'm going to walk you through kind of an overview of the criteria. Again, these are requirements set forth by the California Department of Education. And then we're going to dive into one criteria where you will explore, for many of you, maybe the first time that you see these pathways that are specifically designed recommendations for dually identified students, reclassification recommendations for dually identified students. So, and we're going to tag team this one. Okay, so this is the criteria set forth by the Department of Education. So you can see here that there are 4 elements, right? 4 criteria. The first criteria is the gatekeeper. I call it the gatekeeper. This is the non-negotiable. We don't get to say what it is or what it looks like or what the benchmark is. This in essence is LPAC or alternate LPAC. So for our English learners, including our English learners with disabilities, students must acquire a 4 overall 4 on the LPAC or an overall 3 on the alternate LPAC. And I always say this, the 3 is not because it's 1 less than 4 on the alternate LPAC. 3 is the highest score on the alternate LPAC. Okay, so non-negotiable, 4 overall for LPAC, 3 overall on the alternate LPAC. The other criteria, teacher evaluation, parent involvement, student performance, those are locally determined still. So that means that your district, your school site, has reclassification criteria that includes criteria 1, LPAC 4, alt LPAC 3, and 2, 3, and 4 may look different between district to district. In other words, the evaluation tool or the process that you use to meet criteria 2, 3, and 4 may look different between district and district. Okay, what's the same for all of us in the state of California is criteria 1. Clear? We're good? Okay. So I'm going to walk you through. Actually, I'm going to zoom through, but I do want to spend some time on criteria 2 and 3 just to call out the OPTEL. How many of you have heard of the observation protocol for teachers of English learners? Raise your hand really high, just so that I see. Okay, so this is a very recent tool. You can see up here, the State Board of Education adopted the OPTEL, approved the OPTEL very recently as the standardized protocol for reclassification to meet criteria 2 and 3. All right, let me go back here. So 2 and 3, again, they're still locally determined, right? That didn't change. The State Board of Education approved it in the effort to provide consistency, coherency, right, and equity. So the observation protocol for teachers of English learners is designed to promote equity in the reclassification process. The OPTEL is an observation protocol designed to support educators in monitoring and evaluating the academic language use of ELs per the requirement of Ed Code Section 313.3. It is not required. I wish I didn't have to tell you that. It isn't. So when I read the design and the intent of the OPTEL, why wouldn't you try it out? Why wouldn't you use it? Right? Why wouldn't you become familiar with it? Especially if what you're using isn't giving you enough sufficient information that you need to make a well-informed decision when it comes to reclassification, in particular for our dually identified students. So again, I just kind of spending some time here because I want to make sure that you are aware of these resources, that you know that they are available. I know that the Department of Education is working on kind of like an information guide. I believe that if it's not launched yet, it will be launched very soon with some videos with some support to help us understand how to utilize it best. And so I went ahead and I linked the CD website for the OPTEL there where you can look at the OPTEL and see what it looks like and try it out. So just wanted to call that out. And again, it was designed to meet criteria, elements for criteria 2 and 3, the parent consultation, parent involvement, and teacher evaluation. Okay, so let's start here. We're gonna dive into the pathways, but I want to kind of set the context for this. Is reclass the responsibility of the IEP team for our dually identified students? Yes? No? I'm not sure. Whose responsibility is it to determine reclassification for dually identified students? Is it the IEP team? Yes? No? No sé. Each district has the responsibility to establish policies and procedures to determine the reclassification process and who is involved. You're sitting here as a multidisciplinary team, right? Bringing in your multiple lens, your expertise, having conversations, making connections, covering and uncovering each other's blind spots, right? That's the approach that's recommended. However, it is not the responsibility of the IEP team in its entirety. It's critical that members of the IEP team are a part of the conversation to determine eligibility or whether or not the student is fully prepared to have those scaffolds removed, because that's what we're saying. We're going to remove these resources. And even more so at the bottom of that response, it's imperative that we have somebody who can speak to language acquisition, what it looks like, who perhaps is working closely with the student in EL services, perhaps in the form of comprehensive ELD, to give input on the student's language progress. So again, this multidisciplinary team approach is instrumental in ensuring that we're providing access and equity, in this case, to determine eligibility for reclassification for dually identified students. So I'm going to walk you through the pathways now. Okay, so really quick overview of the 4 criteria that's set forth by the Department of Education. The last 3 criteria are locally determined. If you don't know what that looks like, you'll find it in your EL master plan. Ask your EL person at the district office. It's probably even on your website. Your EL master plan should be in there to find out what it looks like. What does criteria 2, 3, and 4 look like? But you know, I'm a little biased. I would love to see Optel in there. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through pathway number 1. I think Dr. Montoya is going to walk you through pathway number 2, and Vanessa will walk you through pathway number 3. I want to remind you that these pathways are taking into consideration criteria 1 and only criteria 1, the one that is not locally determined, the one that we don't have the power to change. LPAC 4, Alt LPAC 3. Okay, so bring that criteria 1 with you as we journey through each of these pathways that are recommended by the U.S. Department of Education. That's where they come from. Okay. All right, so let's look at pathway number 1. What is pathway 1? So for pathway 1, this is the pathway that I would argue, and I know Vanessa feels the same way, that most of our dually identified students will take. This is the pathway that most of our dually identified students will take towards reclassification, meaning that these are the kiddos that are taking the LPAC and that are taking the LPAC either with or without accommodations as determined in their IEP. Okay, Vanessa just walked you to the accessibility resources a little bit. We're going to tap into those, kind of circle back to that, to remind us of what that means, with or without accommodations. So again, these wonderful resources that exist, that have existed for a little bit now, that are designed to help us design instruction, curriculum for all of our kiddos, in this case, our ELs with disabilities. So let's take a closer look at part 3 of the accessibility resource, which is where the accommodations are, and also the resource graphics, all right? And it would be the bottom part of the graphics where you can see accommodations. Now, does this mean that our dually identified students don't have access to the universal or designated supports? No. We're focusing on ensuring rather that the students who are taking the LPAC, we want to ensure that the accommodations that are identified in the IEP are being implemented so that they can have fair access to the LPAC and therefore truly demonstrate to show what they know, right? They need those accommodations. However, they may also need the universal supports and the designated supports, right? So we're thinking about kind of working backwards here, especially if you're just beginning. Like, oh, it's so many supports. Where do I start? Start with what's in the IEP. Let's start there. Let's start having conversations with our counterparts. And well, tell me what this accommodation is and what it looks like. What is it supposed to help with? Right? And what might that look like in my classroom as a general education teacher? In my classroom as the ELD teacher? Let's start there. So again, in order for kiddos to be eligible for reclassification through pathway 1, they must meet a level 4 on the LPAC with or without accommodations. They may not need the accommodations. So these are the criteria, the questions to help us determine which are the most appropriate accommodations. Let's ask ourselves, how does the disability manifest itself? I don't know. I'm going to go ask Vanessa. Maybe she can help me. And now I know exactly what to look for. Oh yeah, we're not going to sit Edgar next to the pencil sharpener. It's not going to work for him, right? But that's her eye. That's her lens. How would it impact each of the domains? Right. So this kiddo has a processing disorder. What does that mean? And what does that look like when I ask him to copy the board or to follow instructions? Vanessa, I need you to uncover this blind spot for me. What supports may be necessary to access the curriculum? Okay, well, I use a graphic organizer and I put it on the board, but this kiddo is too far back, or maybe the issues with an eyesight. And so maybe I need to enlarge the print. Maybe it's just that simple. So again, really finding out what the student needs and what within my toolbox I can utilize, and what I don't have in my toolbox, I'm going to go borrow it from Vanessa's toolbox. And maybe we use it together. So again, we just finished reviewing this resource, right? Effective use of accessibility resource. And I would encourage you to think about it not only through the lens of assessment, but also instruction. All right, if we're going to ask the kids to use the abacus, we better train them on how to use the abacus, right? And it better be aligned to their goal, right? We don't want to use resources that we know are wonderful, tried and true, but that don't line up to the student's disability and how and where it manifests. And simply asking them after we ask them to try to use them or train them on how to use them, and asking them, how's this working for you? I don't like it. I get confused. Can I use this instead? Okay, let's try it out. I think, I don't remember if it was you who said it, Vanessa. I'm pretty sure it was you who said it, that the reason why we have the number of the list of accommodations is because people are trying out things that are not on the list. And so that list keeps growing. Because I know the matrix has had several iterations in the past few years. So if there's something that your students are using that's not listed there, I know that there's unlisted resources as well, right? Right, and that's how the list keeps growing. So just because it's not on there doesn't mean that we can't use it. We just, we want to use it. We want to show that it's working, and then we make a phone call to CD. Hey, add this to the list. Okay, so that's the gist of pathway 1. It's simple. It's simple when we are familiar with the resources, accessibility resources that are afforded to us, and if they're being implemented throughout instruction and assessment on a daily, so that students are able to truly access this summative assessment, the LPAC. So why? So that they can truly show what they know. And it will assist us in making the best informed decision about their eligibility to reclassify. They truly have mastered English to the degree of his or her English only speaking peers. And we're going to have a discussion and determine that he or she is ready for reclassification. So we have this workbook here. If you haven't noticed yet, I always give credit where credit is due. Vanessa created this workbook. This workbook is designed to give you sample scenarios for each one of the pathways. If you pop it open, the first student scenario is Amanda. Amanda is the student scenario that gives us kind of a concrete example, if you will, of all the different things that happen both in the IEP and with all the key players to determine her eligibility for reclassification through pathway 1. I'm being mindful of the time. I just want to point out where it is. Each one of the pathways has a specific student scenario. For pathway 1, it's Amanda. So as you pop it open, you'll see that it's text, right? And then there's some guiding questions after pathway 1, as there is for pathway 2 and pathway 3. We're going to save those questions for the end of the pathways, again, just to give you time to become familiar with the pathways, give you time to huddle, and also give you some time for some Q&A. Okay, so I'm gonna just kind of whiz through the workbook. I just want you to know how it's designed and how to utilize it. And we're gonna move into pathway 2. I'm gonna hand it over to Debbie, who's gonna walk us through pathway 2. So remember, pathway 1, LPAC, overall 4, with or without accommodations as determined on their IEP. Okay, hand it over to Debbie.
Thank you. So as we continue to look at criteria 1 of reclassification, we then get to pathway 2. Pathway 2 uniquely and specifically for our students with the most significant cognitive impairments. We often use the term now students with extensive support needs, and identifying how students with significant cognitive disabilities may also meet criteria 1 through the use of the alternate English language proficiency assessment, in California, the alternate LPAC. So, in prior years, you may have used other measures and tools to assess our students with significant cognitive disabilities. Since the launch of the alternate LPAC in California, that is the assessment that we would use for students with significant cognitive disabilities. So, through this pathway, our first question is, who is eligible? Who is eligible for alternate assessments? Again, students specifically who have a significant cognitive disability. So, what does that really mean? That students who have a specific learning disability, they are not eligible for alternate assessments, not eligible for the alternate LPAC, in as much as they are not eligible for the CAA, the California Alternate Achievement Assessment. And just to be clear, because through EdCode, the definition for a specific learning disability does not include students with significant cognitive impairments. So just to be clear, CDE has been firm now that students who have SLD, specific learning disability, as their primary disability, they are ruled out, not eligible for alternate assessments. So that might be something to look at again. Who are taking your assessments? Are they appropriately designated through the IEP process? So that's where the important part comes for the IEP team, is to have those conversations uniquely and specifically about each student through the process of their plan review, what we used to call the annual IEP, or through their reevaluation, their triennial, is having this conversation of, is the student eligible for alternate assessments? California has developed a guide, which you see there on your screen, which is a decision making tool for California. It is laid out, it is rather long. So, again, this is a tool that you would utilize in your IEPs. Again, if you're having that conversation and trying to make an accurate decision about students who are eligible for alternate assessments. So, the primary question, or the question, if you will, is that does the student have a significant cognitive disability, yes or no? In this particular resource, there are different types of tools, resources that you can look to identify, does the student fall under that threshold of having a significant cognitive disability? But that is your primary question. Should the team say no, the student does not have a significant cognitive disability, then we would go back and ensure that the student takes the LPAC. They are not eligible for the alternate. They would take the LPAC, again, with full use of universal tools, designated supports, and or accommodations. So this is a select few students. perhaps the 1% of all of your students with disabilities who again require alternate assessments. The following questions do ask about students' access and alignment to Common Core state standards, and in this respect, regarding the LPAC, direct alignment to the 2012 ELD standards for our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. So, as you go through that criterion, again, the IEP would be having a conversation of how does student have access to standards-based curriculum? How does the student participate, as we discussed earlier, in comprehensive ELD, both integrated and designated? And again, how does the student receive intensive individualized instruction? Not to be confused with IIS individual services, but rather explicit direct instruction received through their special education services. The alternate LPAC is directly aligned to the 2012 ELD blueprints and the form of ELD connectors. This is an excellent resource. It is embedded in the alternate LPAC. For those of you who maybe you are a teacher, you have the Mod Severe credential, now the extensive support needs credential, and you're thinking of how am I supporting my students with significant cognitive disabilities who still require access to Tier 1 comprehensive ELD. What does designated ELD look like for my students with significant cognitive disabilities? The ELD connectors are a very useful resource to you and a support as we look at designing instruction for our multilingual learners who have significant cognitive disabilities. Likewise, the ELD connectors will support you in writing linguistically appropriate goals for our students who take alternate assessments who are multilingual learners. So, this particular resource, if you haven't had an opportunity, maybe open the link, save that resource. You'll definitely want to come back to it. I know for the sake of time today, we won't be able to peruse those, but the ELD connectors, again, thank you to all the experts in the field as we were writing sample test items and alignment to the ELD connectors. Again, a very useful resource because, as we know, as we've discussed today, specifically, all multilingual learners with disabilities require access to the ELD standards. So, particularly for the alternate LPAC, if the alternate LPAC is new to you, it is designed in such a way that it assesses receptive and expressive skills in an integrative manner. So together, these particular, unlike the LPAC where the domains are explicitly separated for reading, writing, listening, and speaking, they are integrated in the alternate LPAC. And why? Because we know that our students with significant cognitive disabilities have different modalities for learning, have different modalities for expressive and receptive skills, and how they show what they know. So, in specific, when we think about students with significant cognitive disabilities, clearly the assessment is going to be different. We think about the right assessment for the right student to give us the right results or accurate results. So, we know that if a student who has significant cognitive disabilities were to take the LPAC, it would be completely inaccessible, would not give us data, would not be fruitful to the purpose of we're trying to design instruction and, yes, look at progress and then lead toward reclassification. So, for the alternate LPAC, the task types might be a useful way to support you in gaining a better understanding of what does that look like? What's that direct link or connection between the ELD standards, the alternate LPAC, and then what instruction could look like for the student? So this is another resource, and now it does seem a little bit outdated. I created it at the launch of the alternate LPAC, but the task types have not changed. So again, if you work again with teachers, mod severe or extensive support needs, and are looking to how do we further support our multilingual learners with significant disabilities, highly encourage this resource. It will walk you through the task types and then lead you to the CDE website where you can view all of the resources available. On the alternate LPAC, the training modules are found on the Moodle, and you have the link there because it does take training and ensuring that we are fully trained. The special educator, as well as possibly paraprofessionals, are going to assist the special educator. But the primary focus that I want to ensure that you take away from this segment is ensuring that we know and understand the student whom we're assessing. We want to be very clear on that individual child and their mode of communication. That is the important piece for this assessment to truly be accessible for our students with significant disabilities. Because we may have students whose voice is not their primary mode of communication, for which we need to ensure then, is this a student with object permanence, pictures? What type of pictures? Are we utilizing AAC, alternative augmentative communication? What type? How many cells? What does that look like? And ensuring that there's a direct match between this way the student communicates in everyday instruction in order to truly have access to the assessment. So that is the beauty of the alternate LPAC, that it was designed with our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities in mind, to ensure that they had different modalities in which to participate, so then we could get those accurate results back and fully know what English language proficiency and development looks like for our students with the most significant needs. On the alternate LPAC, unlike the LPAC, the overall highest score is a 3. So for reclassification purposes, for LPAC, students who earn a 4, but on the alternate LPAC, students would earn a 3 and be considered for reclassification. So we've seen just in the short time that the alternate LPAC has been available that we have had students with extensive support needs who have participated in the alternate LPAC and have achieved a 3 and then have gone forward with the other 3 criterion for consideration for reclassification. So the alternate LPAC again is available to our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. We do have a workbook, as was noted earlier, and the example is Marcus, a student with significant cognitive disabilities. Where having taken that assessment, then the IEP team makes a determination, or the language acquisition team makes a determination of, is a student eligible for reclassification. So again, pathway 2, very unique for our students with significant cognitive disabilities, as now the alternate LPAC is the viable, adopted, accurate assessment for our students with the most significant needs. And I'm going to pass it over to Vanessa for pathway 3.
All right. Super excited about this one, just because this one tends to be the one that not many people know about. So I feel like I'm letting you in on the secret, though it's been around for quite a while. So, pathway 3 to criteria 1. We're still talking about ELP assessment, criteria 1, pathway 3. Pathway 3 is for English learners with disabilities whose disabilities preclude assessment in one or more domains on the LPAC, for which there are no appropriate accommodations. Let's talk it through. What are the appropriate accommodations necessary to ensure access? Well, that's going to depend on the student, right? Especially if we're considering the OG LPAC. So OG LPAC, TRAD LPAC, listening, speaking, reading, writing. Remember earlier we were talking about considering each individual domain as we are looking at UDAs, universal tools, designated supports, accommodations. However, what happens when a particular student is unable to achieve that 4? Piqued your interest, huh? Because some of you are in those situations. So here is what pathway 3 or criteria 1 wants you to take into consideration. Yes, there are 4 domains. But if we look at the organization of the domains, we have a written language composite and an oral language composite. For an overall score to be generated, meaning that middle circle there, only one domain from the written composite and one domain from the oral composite needs to be assessed. So what this does is this opens up the conversation as it relates to individual students and their access to the LPAC, where teams may find themselves, you know what, I've exhausted every possible combination of U's, D's, and A's, and still a particular domain remains inaccessible. So I'll repeat that again. when it comes to a point in the conversation where team members are at a loss and have exhausted every single combination of UDAs per domain, and a particular domain or domains remain accessible, we can enter into the conversation around domain exemptions. So let's talk about it. So, like for the other pathways, there are tools and resources to support these determinations, especially because when something is new, like the concept of domain exempting, there could be some level of reluctance to begin domain exempting when we think about, I don't want eyes on me, or what if this is not allowed? Or what if nobody else is doing it, right? However, the fact that guidance exists for teams to utilize is supportive in this process. So this resource, the initial and summative LPAC domain exemption decision-making tool, is supportive in that manner. And I really like the fact that it does double duty. So the kitchen counter analogy, right? If you can have a clear counter with one machine that does it all, it's really better in decluttering. Same thing with some tools. I always appreciate a tool that does double duty. This one does one thing in that it guides teams in this discussion, whether a domain exemption is appropriate. And it also provides you with the language necessary to document it in the IEP. Because as you are making these confirmations through accessing this document, you can utilize some of the language that is there to support why the team is making said recommendation. So here are some questions, some considerations more like for teams to make in relation to domain exempting for the LPAC. What accessibility resources have been applied to the LPAC by administration in each domain? How do they support the students' identified areas of need and those supports that they receive in the classroom? Over the years, were there adjustments made? And also, when appropriate, where no domain where no supports were appropriate for providing that access to that domain, were domain exemptions considered? So let's talk about domain exemptions. So I just gave you some information related to when a domain exemption could be considered by a team. However, it's always helpful when something seems new and nebulous to give you some concrete examples. And I'm going to do that for you right now because I know that's what I needed when I was learning about domain exemptions. So I will give you two real life examples that are very clear, very evident, though not often occurring. First example, student whose primary disability is OHI for anxiety, secondary SLI, speech and language. Their anxiety manifests as selective mutism. What are our four domains? Listening, speaking, reading, writing. Which one is a domain I may consider exempting? Speaking. Completely appropriate, because then we are assessing what? The disability, right? Clear-cut example. Another clear-cut example, but may not necessarily be one that is frequently occurring, is this particular student who qualifies for services for visual impairment. And this visual impairment is degenerative in nature. And the student up until now has been very well supported in academics and in assessment with enlarged text, screen readers, et cetera, et cetera. However, at this point, the degenerative nature of the disability is such that that is no longer enough. So the student is learning Braille. So in the process of learning Braille, she's still not fluent enough to take the Braille version of the assessment. Listening, speaking, reading, writing. Which domain might we exempt? Reading. Okay. So again, case by case. Because the last thing we want to say is like, oh, guess what? There's domain exemptions. You can domain exempt one from writing, one from oral. Go. Amendment City, right? Let's call all these amendments and start at domain exempting. Case by case, individual student. Here's a nuanced situation though, and this is where most of us find ourselves with those students who are struggling to achieve that overall 4. That in and of itself is not impetus for you to begin domain exempting. Again, case by case, individual scenario. Student with a 3, almost there on a 4. I look at the student score report, go by domain, listening 4, speaking 4, reading 3, writing 2. Okay, writing. I have questions. What does historical LPAC data look like? Because that, again, that's not enough, right? Like I need more information to make an appropriate recommendation for a domain exemption. Historical LPAC data reports similar findings. 4, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 3, 1. Student is making gains in all of the other areas. So now I want to dig deeper. Eligibility. SLD. Specifically what? Written expression. Okay. Goals. Let me look at the goals. Consistent writing goals. And student struggles to make progress on those goals despite them being what? Linguistically appropriate. So now we have enough information to begin making a case for domain exempting that writing component. Who needs to be at the table to make this determination? A multidisciplinary team. Because again, it's a very nuanced conversation that requires multiple eyes, multiple minds at the table to be able to share out these ideas. Because it could be that the student is 4, 3, 3, 2 in writing, making progress on his ELD goals. And then we discover as we ask, well, I wonder how he's doing in comprehensive ELD. Oh, well, he doesn't go to comprehensive ELD because he has an IEP and kids with an IEP don't get comprehensive ELD. Okay. Would not feel comfortable reclassifying then, because the fact that the student isn't making progress in that writing goal might be directly related to access to designated ELD. Just the same way that we would not expect our students to pass the SBAC if we didn't teach those standards, same thing for the LPAC. It assesses the ELD standards. It assesses the student's ability to access and to show growth, right? So we want to make sure that we are in fact considering all of those different elements before we go off and just begin domain exempting. So 2 things that I want you to remember. Individualized, right? This is a conversation that we have case by case. And the other is that you can domain exempt. One from the writing composite, and one from the oral composite as well. One from the top, one from the bottom, not 2 from the top or 2 from the bottom. 1 and 1. You need 1 from the top, 1 from the bottom to generate an overall LPAC score. So different points to consider as we're talking about providing equitable access to meeting criteria 1 for reclassification. Because one of the things that we want to consider again is as we utilize our equity lens, as we utilize our multidisciplinary team approach, it's important to focus in on the individual students and the individual situations so that when you're looking at a student who is able to access the LPAC with or without accommodations, a student with significant cognitive disabilities who is going to be taking the alternate LPAC, or a student with a disability that is going to be domain exempted in one or two domains. It's all about access, and it's all about providing an opportunity for them to, as they go on further down their academic career, have access to a broader course of study, right? So always that larger picture consideration in mind. So we very quickly went through pathway 1, 2, and 3, and we want to make sure that we provide you some time to sit with your teams and go through this reclassification workbook. So what you're going to see is you're going to see a compendium of 3 student scenarios. One for Amanda, one for Marcus, and one for Jaime. So each of these students are being considered for reclassification through one of the 3 pathways. With your teams, you can decide to divvy up who reads scenario 1, who reads scenario 2, who reads scenario 3, or just focus in on the one you're most curious about. Spend some time reading, connecting, sharing, and then we'll debrief the resource so that we can have some time to do some Q&As related to the pathways. Keeping in mind that critical lens. Remember, just because we have these resources here for you, doesn't mean that you can't be reflective and wonder about, you know what else I would like? You know what else I'm wondering? It'd be nice if they would have, because that's what the multidisciplinary team approach does to the process. Have a question? Ideally, as soon as you get those results, and if the team is available, you would want to reclassify as soon as possible. The other thing also is that the reclassification window is consistently open. So as soon as you have a student who takes the Alt LPAC and earns a 3, I would do as much as possible to convene that team. And same thing as soon as they earn that 4. Being careful that if a student achieves a 4 on the LPAC or a 3 on the Alt LPAC, and the team somehow misses that and they take next year's assessment, you can no longer go back and use those old scores. You have to use the ones that have been taken. So you want to ensure that my SPED friends, that we are consistently in communication with our EL or with our assessment, depending on how your LEA is structured, as soon as results are in, and start asking those questions and requesting and being that benevolent irritant to get the ball rolling in that regard. So what I'm going to do is, I think I left my phone over there. If somebody will set the timer. What are we thinking? 10 minutes? Okay, perfect. So let's do 5 minutes. Let's do 5 minutes on the timer, and then we will reconnect.
Okay, folks, I'm going to bring you back and we're going to start rounding the corner in our day together. As you can see, we've shared many resources with you and have given you some opportunities to become familiar with them, really surface level familiarity with the resources, and hopefully enough time for you to connect and engage with each other and share each other's lens and expertise. A couple of things that we want to call out on the topic of reclassification is that once you make the determination that the student truly is eligible and prepared to be reclassified, we have an obligation to continue to monitor these kiddos. We want to make sure that that they are continuing to progress academically and linguistically, and so we have an obligation to monitor for a minimum of 4 years. So just want to remind us that it doesn't necessarily stop. Our focus, our attention doesn't necessarily stop once the student is no longer classified as an English learner. We reclassify them, and we continue to provide monitor and support. Right. So just a reminder of that. So I want to leave you with these questions. Yes.
We had a really good question come up. I'm loud in this space, sorry. A really good question because, again, domain exemptions are so new to many teams and when not to use it. So, again, please note that We just had a summative LPAC administration. You're looking at student scores now. So it's not that you would be amending that LPAC score, but rather you would be reading those scores, understanding those scores, identifying has student exhausted all of the available accommodations. And then for the next summative LPAC, then you would consider potentially a domain exemption, again, if appropriate, following all those rules. So the student then in the next administration then would only take, for instance, either the 2 or the 3 domains that the IEP again said were accessible during that administration. So this administration of the summative LPAC has already occurred. You're considering domain exemptions for the next administration of the summative LPAC. Yes, question. It is an annual conversation. So it should be discussed each time in that annual IEP, or if it's in plan review slash reevaluation, you would have that conversation continuously as you're thinking about each domain and accommodations per domain and or domain exemptions. Great question. Any other questions? I know this is a big hot topic in the field. Yes. Yes. So the question was if a student they are eligible for a domain exemption, they use that domain exemption on the next summit of LPAC administration, can they earn a 4? Absolutely. And that's why, again, we are bringing it to light because it has been allowable for quite some time in California. Just in the last few years, we actually have been utilizing domain exemptions. So the student can get an overall, so it's that average, if you will. So they can get an overall score of a 4, for which then they could be considered for reclassification. Because we understand in the field that many times students were taking the LPAC year after year after year and getting a 3 year after year. And we were then, just as Vanessa shared earlier, we were actually assessing the disability, not their English language proficiency. So that's what we want to be sure that we're assessing for English language proficiency and not assessing for something we already know that the student has challenges in one of those respective domains that directly relates to their unique disability. Any other questions? No?
Well, we'll fight over the mic then. So one of the questions that came up was related to reclassification forms in SACE, and know that those are being updated, correct? And there is no requirement to fill that form. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. What you are in fact bound to is your LEA's reclass criteria, right? Remembering that criteria 1, ELP assessment, is consistent throughout the state of California, and it's criteria 2, 3, and 4 that are locally determined as reflected in your EL master plan. Ideally, we would want you to explore the OPTEL because it is standards aligned, and it's really a great resource for you to utilize for 2 of the 3 remaining components for reclass criteria. And then the other comment that I want to make sure that I address because we hear it often, and I don't know that we hit on it enough, is students will never be able to pass the alt LPAC. And I know that's more of um, a mindset or perhaps not being able to presume competence, whatever it may be. I want to remind you that it is important that the alt LPAC is absolutely administered by a person who is familiar with the student and will be able to recognize all of the nonverbal cues that a student gives us. For example, there are many of our students that require redirection to be able to refocus on an item. However, how we redirect a student is going to be very much case by case. Some of our students do not respond to physical prompting. They may need verbal prompting, may need visual prompting. Some of our students may have a delayed response, and we want to ensure that whoever is administering that alternate LPAC assessment is able to give the proper amount of time for the student and not assume that the student is unable to respond, or to be fully aware of the multiple modes of communication that the student may utilize. Perhaps when they're making a choice, they need a slant board with picture cards.
Perhaps they need switches. When they are engaging in an expressive language task, they may use verbal approximations, utterances, along with eye gaze. So, having all of those considerations in place is important before we make a statement along the lines of, well, they'll never pass it. Or, you know what, like I try to assess them and they just sit there. It's like, okay, who's assessing the students? And do they really know how it is that students engage in the assessment process? And these are difficult conversations to have because most of our practitioners who do not have an opportunity to engage with our students with extensive support needs don't know, right? You don't know what you don't know. So it's important to reach out and to learn more and more about the particular needs of our students with extensive support needs and different preferred modes of communication so that we can provide opportunities for them to engage. Because again, individual case by case is the way to go.
So on that note, folks, we have some I'm going to call it tarea, a little bit of homework for you, just because I'm aware of the time. These are really important questions in my book, especially if you're not really sure what the reclassification process is. So I'm asking you to think about these questions and who might you direct these questions to, or where might you seek information to answer these questions. So what is your current reclassification process, the written process, right? Because sometimes the written process is different than what actually happens. How are your dually identified students reflected in either the written process or the process that is being implemented? And then I want you to think about what might be some actionable next steps moving forward, right, to ensure equity and access. And that next step can be, I'm going to learn more about the pathways. That next step can be, I'm going to reach out to my gen ed friends, the EL person, my principal, right? The EL director or TOSA responsible for implementing all Title III services, EL services. So think about in your sphere of influence, what might be your actionable next step to move towards a more equitable reclassification process. Do you have a question? My friend over here. See, I have a blind spot. She's going to uncover it right now. It's a good question. And thank you for asking it.
So that's for the basic skills requirement, right? Yeah. So again, locally determined EL master plan, you absolutely have the ability to convene your DLAC and take a look at what your reclassification process looks like and consider making different recommendations, reflection points related to those assessment cutoff scores. So for example, for students, some students, the majority of them, it might be the SBAC range, right? For others, because they have extensive support needs or have a significant cognitive disability, take the CAA, so the SBAC wouldn't be appropriate. So then you would have a section for the CAA. However, for some of our students, we've seen some criteria that is inclusive of GPA. Why? I don't know, because overall GPA would take into consideration PE, which has nothing to do with language, right? And basic skills. Another one might also be related to 3 years consecutive growth on iReady, right? So because it's locally determined, it looks very different from LEA to LEA. One of the recommendations I like to make is always include language that says something along the lines of like English only peers with similar disabilities. Because if we are comparing to students without disabilities, how equitable is that? So considering that English only peers with similar disabilities is definitely one of the things that I would suggest teams take into consideration as they're looking at their EL master plan, specifically for reclassification criteria, basic skills requirement.
Okay, so you ready for the final episode? And we've provided a resource for you to access all of the episodes in their entirety. So in case you're wondering what happens next.
¿Qué tienes ahí? ¿Qué es esto?
Esto me dio mi maestra para ti.
¿Me puedes traer un vasito con agua, por favor, mi amor, de la cocina? Gracias. José. José, ven, necesitamos hablar sobre Pedro. José. Que vengas, por favor.
Ok. Ok. Ya voy.
Mira, nos enviaron este documento, vino en este sobre de la escuela. Es la información de la próxima reunión.
¿Qué es?
Es el IP, el Plan de Educación Individualizada, el que nos dijeron cuando fuimos a la reunión en el Centro de Recursos para Padres. ¿Recuerdas que después de que dimos nuestro consentimiento en la última reunión, nos dijeron que nos enviarían un documento para la reunión de la IP?
Ah, sí. Es difícil hacer el seguimiento con todas estas reuniones.
Leí la información y las guías que nos dieron justamente en el Centro de Recursos para Padres y dice que el IEP es un documento que enumera todas las fortalezas y necesidades educativas de Pedro, que establece las metas que necesita para trabajar durante el año escolar y describe el tipo de ayuda adicional que necesita en la escuela.
De acuerdo. ¿Qué decidió la escuela hacer con Pedro?
Este es solamente es un borrador, pero dice que todos debemos decidir juntos sobre qué es lo mejor para Pedro.
A ver, déjame ver. Bueno, estos objetivos se ven bien, pero ¿qué van a hacer cuando Pedro se frustre?
Bueno, esa es una buena pregunta, pero aquí tenemos esto. Aquí podemos anotar todas las preguntas que tengamos.
Hablemos del nivel de lectura de Pedro. Nos gustaría que lea a su nivel de grado escolar. La meta número 3 dice, después de leer una historia en su nivel de instrucción, Pedro identificará la idea principal y dos detalles importantes con el 80% de precisión en 4 de 5 intentos. Esto nos ayudará a trabajar en el nivel de comprensión de lectura de Pedro.
¿Cuál es su nivel de instrucción?
Bueno, en esta pregunta que tenemos es, ¿qué podemos hacer cuando maestra para que reciba apoyo de lectura?
¿Qué pasa si no estamos de acuerdo? No estoy seguro de querer que él salga de clases.
Muy bien, ese es un buen tema de conversación. Vamos a continuar hablando al respecto porque todas las decisiones que tomemos hoy son decisiones que se tomarán en equipo. Señor y señora Pérez, estamos muy contentos de que hayan podido venir hoy a esta reunión. Si están de acuerdo con este IEP, entonces por favor necesitamos su firma y su consentimiento. Esa es la única manera como podremos comenzar con los servicios para Pedro.
Mi esposo y yo queremos agradecerles a todos por su tiempo. Todo esto es nuevo para nosotros y sabemos que la firma de este documento es una gran decisión. Pero, ¿tenemos que hacerlo eso hoy?
No, no podemos comenzar los servicios para Pedro hasta que no tengamos su firma y su consentimiento. Sin embargo, Ustedes son una parte muy importante de esta decisión. Así que con mucho gusto podemos llegar a un acuerdo y tener otra reunión para que podamos seguir revisando este programa.
No estoy seguro que necesitaremos otra reunión. Creemos que este es un buen plan para Pedro, pero como es nuestra primera reunión, ¿está bien si nos lo llevamos a casa esta noche para leerlo una vez más antes de filmarlo?
Sí, me parece bien. Sabemos que es mucha información, así que nos comunicaremos con usted mañana o quizás en un día o dos para ver si tienen alguna pregunta y tan pronto como nos devuelvan este IEP firmado, con muchísimo gusto comenzamos los servicios para Pedro.
Nos gustaría recordarles que también pueden solicitar una reunión de IEP en cualquier momento, si tienen alguna inquietud o si quieren hacer algún cambio a este documento.
Gracias a todos.
Nos comunicaremos mañana. Dale a dormir, mi amor. ¿Ok? Mañana tienes clases. Duerme bien, ¿ok? Mañana.
¿Ya se durmieron los niños?
Sí, tuvieron un día bastante largo.
¿Y cómo les fue en el IEP?
Bueno, fue una reunión larga. Ahí revisamos sus fortalezas y debilidades.
Y luego acordamos varios objetivos para ayudarlo. Una maestra de educación especial va a trabajar con él durante 2 horas todos los días y ella nos dará juegos educativos y actividades para trabajar en la casa.
También necesitamos seguir leyéndolo en las noches. Y, y él necesita escuchar libros con audio en el iPad.
Bueno, ustedes saben muy bien que a mí me gusta leer con Pedro.
Y yo me puedo encargar de que él escuche los libros con audio. ¿Y sabes qué? Además, me va a ayudar con el inglés.
Excelente. Ahora podemos ver todos juntos el partido. Esta noche son las finales.
Y yo te puedo preparar un poco de sopa de pescado.
Okay, folks. We started the day with this quote, and we're going to end this day with this quote, and hopefully you take it with you as you take your next step in really developing and forming a true multidisciplinary team approach to addressing the needs of all of our kiddos, particularly our dually identified students. So with that, we thank you for your time, and we especially thank you for your feedback. As we told you today, this is a grant funded project, and your feedback absolutely impacts what we do, how we do it, and the longevity of our project as well. So please just take a couple of minutes. It's a short survey. Take a couple of minutes, give us your feedback. We absolutely take it into consideration. Let us know what worked, what didn't work, what might you like to see more of. And with that, I'm going to thank you on behalf of Imperial County SELPA and our project, Project Muse, improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs, and on my amazing, phenomenal team, Vanessa Lopez, Dr. Deborah Montoya, Christina Zavala, and thank you, San Diego County Office of Education. Where's the Tony Mora? Did he step out?
He had to leave, but I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maria Cordero from the San Diego County Office of Education. And I would like to ask if you can please help me by giving our friends from Imperial County Office of Education a big round of applause for the wealth of information they shared with us. Thank you so much. We appreciate the information, and I know this is very on time so that we can start planning what happens next year in benefit of our students. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Take care. Reach out to us. You have our contact information on the slide deck, and let us know how things are going. Good luck with your teams.